Hi everyone, I hope you're doing okay. Bear with me, sorry, I'm just having some biscuits quickly. Sorry. Hello. Excuse me for a minute, I'm just going to let the numbers go up a bit whilst I'm having these biscuits. I hope you're all doing really well. Hi Jennifer, hope you're doing okay. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's had a good day. Sorry, that's better. I was so hungry. Hadn't had a chance to have anything yet. Hi everyone, I hope you're doing really well. I'm not advertising my lives because things seem to happen when I advertise them. So I'm just trying to come on as and when I can in between building some of the evidence. And I thought what I'd come on and do tonight is just share some of the evidence in relation to this. And every day it's just seems to be getting bigger and bigger. What I'm finding, it's just huge. It really is. But what I'll do first, if anyone's got any questions, before I go into some of the evidence, I'll do the questions first, and then I'll come to some more questions later. But if anyone's got anything they want to ask me, then please put it on the comments now if you've got anything. Someone's just thrown your name all over America. You need my soup, mate. Bless you. Brilliant. Well done. We need to get this evidence out absolutely everywhere. We just need to get this out. Now it is today I was reading through stuff, and I was thinking, oh my goodness me, it's as if this is an experiment on me, and I'm like the center of an experiment. And you're probably going to sort of agree with that or not agree with it necessarily, but consider it when you look at what I'm going to be telling you tonight. It's just really is quite incredible what I'm seeing. And we're going to be talking about, I thought what I'd do initially is just go over the evidence of the Keith Palmer death, which I did a few days ago, and how that links in with the MP for the area where this investigation began for me on the East Cliff of Bournemouth, and that MP being Tobias Elwood. So I'm going to go through that in a minute. Am I staying warm? Yeah, I'm fine, other than my hands are just getting really cold sometimes, which is really frustrating because I can't use my phone. So I'm having to, have to go places sometimes. But it looks as though yesterday they tried setting up, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty good with body language and the way people are looking, and it looks as though they'd put someone on a route that I go to potentially ambush me. So I had to basically change my location, change my direction. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly instinctive in all of this, and I have been ever since I've been doing this, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's the sort of thing they would do. So hi Vanessa, I hope you're doing okay. Oh brilliant, thanks for sharing it. Just reading the comments. Better that way, Brian's put. Yeah, I mean it's good if I can advertise it and it's not actually going to affect it in advertising it, but I think it gives them chance to prepare and potentially do whatever it is they may do when I'm advertising a live. So sort of work good in some ways and not in others, really. Americans are silent. I can't believe it. So disheartening to see nobody standing up. Yes, it is. It is very disheartening. And it's also a bit of a mystery, really, isn't it? It's a bit of a mystery why nobody is really doing anything when all I want to do is go out there and literally arrest them all. And, if I wasn't in the middle of doing this and didn't have a potential arrest warrant for my arrest, then that is exactly what I would be doing, because I can't see any other option. So whichever way you look at it, I can't see a way other than doing what I'm suggesting. How am I bathing and shaving? Well, it's amazing what a flannel and a bit of soap and water can do. And I've got an electric shaver, so I'm okay. And I do my own hair as well. Every now and then I shave my hair with that same shaver. But I have got a bit of stubble because it's a hair shaver that I'm using to get rid of my beard. So sent to Prince William, got a reply from his site asking where I live. Oh right, interesting. Well done, Brian, for putting it out there. Change pattern. Yes, Gary. Yeah, I know. The thing is, I'm trying to think about what I do next, and that's why I'm sort of a little bit vulnerable at the moment with what I'm doing, because I'm trying to think ahead of what I'm going to be doing. So yeah, and obviously I had that police dog tracker the other day. I've put a police report in about all of these things that are happening. Absolutely no response. So not even they don't care at all, it seems, or they want me to do what I'm doing. I don't know, but the fact that someone went into my tent, and I know that for a fact. They could have been doing anything. They could have been trying to poison my food, put something on, something in the tent to poison me. I have no idea. So this is the sort of thing I'm living with every day. I just don't know what's going to be happening from one day to the next, unfortunately. I'd like to think I'm protected somehow with all of this. I've been doing it for, since 2022. So someone's put, I heard something today about Rupert Lowe's backup from an American lady. I can't for the life of me think who it is. American and British. It's got me wondering. Well, I've done a little bit of research on Rupert Lowe, and he's compromised by the fraud. Funny enough, I'm sending some messages to somebody today about Rupert Lowe. And look, their strategy is going to be position people to make you think that something good is happening from this, so it gives them time to conclude their agenda. It's not going to happen, everybody. Right? Nobody's coming out and saying the real truth. Nobody's talking about this international fraud. What they're doing, it seems to me, is they're positioning people, saying some of the right things, making you think that you can sit back and wait and somebody else is going to sort it out for you. Nobody, it looks like, is going to come and stop this and prevent it and do the right thing. If anything, what's happening is they're getting time to plan for something potentially quite sinister against most of you. Now, I hope that's not the case. But yeah, Rupert Lowe, I've done the research very quickly. You go in on one of the incorporation documents for the company that he's linked to. In fact, there's a couple of connections that I've made to him. There's, for example, Grenfell Morgan, which links in massively into the fraud. And I think that links, from my memory, it links very quickly to the Rothschilds. So right at the heart of all of this, really. And when I was looking, and I'm going to give you some examples, if I've screenshotted it, I'm not too sure if I have. But just to see how centralized everything is, it is absolutely unbelievable. They've centralized the whole lot, so that they're involved in, and it's connected to everything. It's all connected, where they've positioned everybody in relation to this. It really is, unfortunately. So, race and IQ question: which gender's genes are more significant to the IQ of offspring? But also, which race on average scores lowest on IQ tests? I have no idea, everybody. I know I have no idea. I have no idea about that. I assume you have a jackery. Jacket, do you mean? Jackery? I don't know what a jackery is. I've got a jacket. Hardcore, I don't think I'm hardcore. I'm just literally doing what's right. I fear doing what's not right. Doing the wrong thing in all of this. So I've just got to keep doing what I feel is right, and be willing to put myself on the line in doing that. It's quite uncomfortable, and I do get anxious every now and then. Of course I do. I'm only human, but I'm dealing with it all very, very well. I think it's the not knowing a lot. What's happening with all of this is not a great feeling. Just the not knowing where this is all leading. Yeah, I have to keep my wits about me all of the time. I think it's what's got me through this. Using my discernment and my because I always obviously had that suspicious sort of senses with 18 years in the police anyway. So I don't think any political party is going to save us or change things for the better. No, they're not. You can't rely. If one of them comes out and says, look, we've had a system of fraud in place, then I'll be listening. Absolutely, I will listen to that person intently and see what they say about it and what they intend to do. Until they even do that, none of them can be trusted, because it's clearly what we've got is a completely criminal system in place. And David Icke is asking why David Icke's asking why he hasn't mentioned Companies House Register. Oh, somebody's asking David Icke why he hasn't mentioned it. Yeah, you should be. Everyone ask him. You know, if you flood these people with questions, why aren't you exposing Companies House fraud? See what response you get. Probably none, because most of them are implicated in it. Gary, do you use PayPal? Can buy you a meal or a Venmo? I have got, oh my God, I haven't used PayPal for years, but thank you very much. But I'm okay. I really appreciate the offer. Thank you so much. You're very kind, but I'm all right. Thank you. They're not letting you share it on Facebook, Jennifer. Dear, oh dear. Respect, Gary. Gary, thank you for your hard work. No worries, Archie baby. You know, that is his username, by the way. That's not me adding baby at the end there. It's very much appreciated, your comments. Thank you very much. You're so right, Gary. Trust no politicians. Yeah, you can't. They're compromised. Anyone that's compromised by this, you simply can't trust them. I'm sorry to say. Someone said it started with Caesar. Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because right back months ago, somebody said there's no coincidence that Julius Caesar has the same initials as Jesus Christ. And yeah, I mean, when was Caesar around? I can't remember. I mean, this definitely goes back to Rome, and we know it goes back. We've definitely got the Reformation evidence forming all of this and how that ties into this. So it goes back a very long time. I've actually linked it back. There's a family called the Doherty family from Ireland that's connected, and they seem very important. And that they go back, according to the research anyway, 1,000 years before Christ, apparently. And Ireland does seem to be really important in all of this. Links in with whether it's a deception or not. You've got the Iona prophecy of St. Columbus talking about the end of the world and how that relates to a beam of light being shone off the coast of Scotland by Iona. And the Flemings have links right near Iona. And the Flemings actually lived in, had a property in Glencoe, which is where Jimmy Savile also had a property towards the end of his life. There's also something I found. What was it? Somebody had, so Iona, if you look at the map, it's sort of north, well, it's actually west Scotland, right on the coast. And they had a house, I think it was Valentine Fleming or Robert Fleming, I can't remember, just up a bit further north, not that far north from Iona. And then somebody else I found the other day that was significant had a property just south, sort of. So Iona was in the middle of the two, and they were quite significant, but I haven't got it in front of me. I can't remember what it was. We aren't going to hurt you guys. We just want your land. Oh, that's interesting. Muffle Moose. I presume if you're being genuine there, what is that? You're linked to the Freemasons, I presume, are you? So you want everybody's land. Okay, well, why, what gives you the right to steal everybody's land? What makes you deserving of stealing everybody's land? Now, I've seen evidence showing that there's obviously a lot of land grab going up on this. You've got an organisation I found called what's it called? Not Go Ground, Get Ground, called Get Ground, which I think is very relevant in this. And we're talking international leaders. There's definitely an element of wanting to steal and own everything. But, well, why? We can assume why, because you would just want to dominate the entire world if that's the case. But what gives you the right to do that? And that obviously makes you evil, doesn't it? And the world can't be dominated by evil. We ain't all gullible, are we? Please bear with me. The dog's eaten my glasses. Well, they do think we're stupid, don't they? And let's face it, I feel as though I've been stupid for years. You know, I didn't know about this. I always questioned the tax side of things and thought, if they really wanted, they could really swindle people through this. But I didn't know how they were doing it. but obviously this is it. But that person, you know, if this is a lot of it is about, it's interesting what that person's just put on here. So if you can put more about that, that'd be interesting. But none of it will be owned legally anyway under the legislation because of the fraud behind it. So if this is purely about, you know, not harming anybody and wanting to take everyone's land, you don't own the land legally anyway. You don't own any of it because of the forgery behind it. So it's pointless anyway. It's theft. David Icke seems to be more popular than ever lately. Well, he says a lot of the right things, doesn't he? He says a lot of things that people want to hear. And of course, he's being given the ability to have absolute free reign of as many followers as possible. He's not being suppressed because he's linked to it. He's linked to the intelligence agencies. So he'll be driving a deceptive agenda in the direction that those that are controlling the governments want them to go. Anyone heard the king is very ill? No, I haven't actually. That's interesting. There's a lot of information flying around about him actually being implicated in the crimes against the children, which is what my evidence suggests. And I hate to say this, but, you know, I keep finding more and more evidence about the torture of the children in all of this. I keep praying that it's a deception and it's not real. However, you know, if it isn't real, then they've put a lot of evidence there for me to say that they're doing it. So why would they expose themselves to that? It's, I pray it's not the case, but at the moment I've got to consider it is. And you know, I'm sorry to be graphic, anyone on here that's easily offended, and, you know, we've got to be I've got to be honest and open about all of this. There's the skin of the children seems to be massive in all of this, with the connections of them making shoes and potentially other clothes out of the children's skin, which is why I think Savile Row seems to be so relevant in all of this, which is a street for the aristocratic tailoring of princes and high-profile individuals from the entertainment industry and prime ministers and presidents, etc. What gives anyone the right to anything? Well, we do what we should do what our moral conscience tells us to do or not to do, shouldn't we? So if I don't want to be stolen from, then I don't steal from anybody else in a rational state of mind. So either if you're genuine in what you're saying, you're either not in a rational state of mind or you're evil, aren't you? It's one or the other, because you shouldn't be stealing other people's property through a system of crime. This is Muffle Moose. Ancient Babylon, further 4,000 years back, America is modern day Babylon. He's like Israel, wants to steal the land. Jimmy's house has now been demolished. Yeah, the one in Glencoe, they demolished it last year. It might have been last year. I think it was 2024, even though he died in 2011. So this was when, supposedly died. So this was when I was escalating the fraud. And then there's an article where his other property in Leeds that he had was being demolished in 2016, which is when the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed and a ritual took place. Well, they're claiming it's a hoax, but apparently a ritual took place at the Shiva statue in August 2016, and the Shiva statue represents creation and destruction at CERN. This was. CERN's massive in all of this, and you're going to see some links to CERN in a minute, I think, quite a lot when we go through the research. So something is telling me that Jimmy Savile could be the real Jimmy Lee. It's possible, Vanessa. Yeah, it's possible. It's interesting. I found a link to coming in from Mikey Limited, which I think is going to make a reference to Mikey P from the Rapid Response Teams. There's Waterman names, and there's a Michael Waterman right there that links, and that links very quickly to the school that I used to go to. So how relevant that is, I don't know in terms of, you know, but that links very closely then to the, and we're going to see the round table companies in a minute, but that links very quickly to the Society of the Knights of the Round Table that goes back to 1720, when a load of actors were trying to keep the spirit, shall we say, of King Arthur alive. Can you see me? Hi, JKK55. Yes, I can. Sorry if I've missed one of your questions. The Roman emperor on the throne at the time of the crucifixion was Emperor Tiberius, as in James T. Kirk, 1701 Enterprise Star Trek. Okay. Rome is obviously massive in all of this. I've actually come across recently, well, I'd found it previously, but when you come in from the research of the colliders, linking in with the Doomsday Cult and Julian Assange, which links to Kent, where I was born, and a key, I mean, there's so much evidence linking in with me in this, it's unbelievable. You then hit an organisation which links to Tommy Robinson in Bournemouth and the Grenfell Tower fire. And in there, you've got the Egyptian... Egyptian Exploration Company. I can't remember the name of it, going back to 1888. And within there, you've got a Roman historical company. Now, that actually comes in from an Ida Trump. There's the name Ida Trump in that company, linking to Tommy Robinson and making loads of other connections, linking in this with this Egyptian side of things. And the first time I actually found that Egyptian company was when, because it's the same one, when Brian Harvey gave me the information that led to my family. I hadn't even prompted him on anything. He just came out with information about the Cray twins, and I then found loads more stuff about the Cray twins, and I found even more actually in the last couple of days. And he also talked, and it was from his former band manager, Tom Watkins, and Ian Puddick, that he was complaining about, that I found that Egyptian company almost immediately, linking to prince companies, so royal prince companies as well. If you want to live an average quiet family life, that's okay, but I want better than that. Well, look, our life has never been what it was meant to be. It's quite clear. Our life is meant to be much more than it is. Much more than I absolutely believe that 100%. I think, we're going to see a move to an incredible place on Earth, or it's going to spiral into a very, awful place for everyone. I mean, if this isn't resolved, this company's house fraud, I don't think creation will survive. That's how it looks to me, based on everything I've got there. I don't think anything will survive if we keep going with this system of fraud in place. So all of those people that are involved in it, I actually think you're all going to be at risk. And that's why I'm, trying to get everybody to support what I'm doing so that we can get transparency. Transparency is so critical. Truth. The truth, as they say, it's corny, but it's true. It will set everybody free. It will reset the entire system. If we reset it to truth, we have that foundation of trust immediately. If we don't do that, trust is out the window, and it's just going to be an awful place for everybody. King Charles went to Jimmy Savile's Glencoe home. Oh, did he? I didn't realise that. Thanks, Jimmy Savile, BBC. Yeah, you probably know a lot about Jimmy Savile, don't you? Because you focus on him. Thank you for tagging me in one of your videos, by the way, or a comment. Yeah, Jimmy Savile's so relevant in all of this. I mean, I wish I'd known he lived right near Exbourne Manor, where my investigation started earlier, because I would have focused on that. I've only found that in the last month or so, and I could have really honed in on that evidence, which links into the royal family and the massively into what we're being led to believe are murders. Charles bragging related to Vlad the Impaler in a video. Yes, I saw that, and there was actually an article came out. I think it was either the day that the Queen supposedly died on the 8th of September 2022, or the day afterwards. And these articles were coming out. Now, whether that's a distraction and a deception, making us think vampirism, I believe the alien invasion is a deception at the moment. I still believe that's a deception. There's too much evidence to suggest it is, giving them a excuse, if you like, for the apparent crimes and the blood of the tortured children. At the moment, I don't think it's going to be either of those things. People that have been targeting me have been trying to get me to believe it is, and they are linked into the international fraud. So I don't believe that's the case. The evil Red Shoe Club. Yeah, Yeah, the Red Shoe Club, the Red Shoe Society of McDonald's, and now you've got this Hunters and Sons tailoring company and the Nutters of Savile Row. That they're leather companies. When you come in from the where was it? The Brexit scandal, the Brexit companies research that I've done in my document, you hit loads of leather companies, and right there by that leather company is a what's another one name for previous Russian? I can't remember, but it links to Russian terror company. It's literally linked to Russian terror, linked with these leather companies coming in from this from the Brexit side of things. It was all a deception. The whole Brexit thing was all a lie. I don't think there was ever a vote. You notice it was so close, supposedly, wasn't it? 49% or whatever to 51. Don't think there was even a vote. It was all. There's no democracy. I don't believe that at all, because the voting machines have been bought up by De La Rue, which is the main currency producer for the world, which links in now critical areas of the fraud, tying in with the Hackler International Advisory Board, which links with the Russian government and the intelligence agencies and to the royal family. That's actually on the page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation, the Prince and Princess of Wales. And that has dissolved since I've exposed it. So obviously whatever I'm doing is having a massive impact on the entire world system. We know that, because otherwise they wouldn't dissolve these companies, even though they've been around for decades. I mean, you just had the British Taxpayers Association Limited, that's been around since 1930, just dissolved in January. And that links to the United Nations, the affiliation of the Rapid Response Team in with the World Martial Authority, the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Anyway, I'm going to read you the evidence, just because I need to get it out there, and it gets it off my mind a little bit as well. And it's now all of this evidence is being secured, and I'm just going to talk about initially this evidence in relation to the supposed murder of Keith Palmer in all of this, because it just blew me away. But everything I'm going to tell you tonight, it's pretty just mind-blowing. And I'll try not to be too boring. But I am going to just read, so I know that I'm making sure it's important that I try and get what I'm telling you as accurate as I can, rather than just remembering it. I'm also tonight, if we have time, going to be talking about the inquiry into the death of Michael Jackson, the inquiry into the death of Jill Dando, the inquiry into the death of Princess Diana, which just blew me away. Whether we'll have time to do all of that tonight, don't know. But I'm just going to try and find the first page. Where was it? So, sorry, just trying to find the page. Okay, so a company called Formations Direct Limited. This makes critical connections throughout the fraud to the Hampstead child abuse inquiry now, and practically immediate. I think it is immediately, actually, because I wrote that on there earlier. You've got links into P. Diddy immediately from this. Anyway, this company was coming in from the research of Rishi Sunak, and it was incorporated in August 2001, which is a month before the World Trade Center disaster, and it dissolved in July 2023. So this is, you'll see throughout my research, loads of these companies dissolve as I'm making these inquiries, even though they've been around for a long time, and they dissolve. A lot of it is around 2023, because I started actually publicly exposing everything in 2023. A lot of the inquiries took place within the company that I was part of in 2022. And then when I realized no one was going to do anything, I started publicly exposing it in 2023. As the evidence was linking to the fraud, adrenochrome was being identified, the blood of the tortured children. Formations Direct Limited has already been quickly linked to Tobias Elwood, who's the MP for the area where Exbourne Manor is based, and also now as we know, where Jimmy Savile's property was based in Bournemouth, which is on the East Cliff of Bournemouth. Now, I'd been liaising with Tobias Elwood, or trying to, bearing in mind he was the MP for my area, and he stopped responding to me. I had, I think, a message, nothing helpful whatsoever, and then he refused to respond to anything else, and we know why. Bearing in mind he's my MP. Elwood was supposedly born in 1966, the same year as the foundation of the Church of Satan, and had been a member of the military 77th Brigade, and happened to be present to try and resuscitate police officer Keith Palmer in March 2017 after a terror attack, and was re-elected that year. So we're going to talk about Keith Palmer. I'm not going to read all of that bit because that goes in from Rishi Sunak, which links to Carol Waterman, even though she was criticising him. All a lie, everybody. I don't know if you remember when she was coming out and criticising Rishi Sunak, Carol Waterman from the entertainment industry about Thelma, or whatever you call his linked company to Moderna. She's actually linked directly to Rishi Sunak in the Companies House records. So research shows that Keith David Palmer, born 1968, died on the 22nd of March 2017, and was a British police officer who was awarded the George Medal, the second highest award for gallantry, not in the face of the enemy, though unarmed. He stopped, supposedly, Khalid Massoud, a knife-wielding terrorist, from entering the Palace of Westminster during the 2017 Westminster attack. He was fatally wounded in the attack. He had worked for the Metropolitan Police Service, MPS, which I've now found an acronym to an organisation called MPS Limited, which connects directly to the accountants for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. Okay, so I think that is going to relate to the Metropolitan Police. Now, this accountant is friends with the Flemings, and they had been using or filing forged bank documents for years. They're called Carter and Coley, and a guy called Anthony Cook was the guy that I was liaising with, trying to acquire evidence to prove that they were forging, that they had been filing the forged bank documents. So that, I believe, is the straight in a link to Metropolitan Police. And he'd for 16 years he'd worked there, and had joined the force's Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Group in April 2016. This is a year that the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. Suspect Khalid Massoud was allegedly shot and killed by police at the scene. Palmer had served in the British Army as bomber, and I'm sorry to say, it looks like there's way more military personnel involved in this. I actually think we're looking in relation, we're getting all of this, that the veterans are all being neglected. I won't comment, and then they're trying to use that to lead towards a risk of conflict with the faith groups. I actually believe a lot of it is staged, I'm sorry to say, because the military is massively implicated in this. And it looks as though the military and the police and every government organisation was deliberately set up around this international government fraud. Think about it, it's linked to the taxation system. Problem, reaction, solution, criminal network in place. Create the problems, launder more money from the masses and exploit them, and funnel that money through into those involved and the agenda. Now, hopefully, members of the military will prove me wrong and I will be inundated with contact from people. Not the case. In fact, most of them appear to be turning against me. Even my ex-colleagues. Palmer had served in the British Army as a bombardier with the Royal Artillery until August of 2001, which is when he was discharged. So that's the month before the World Trade Center deception. In November 2001, Palmer joined the Metropolitan Police as a police constable to, what was that? Oh, hold on, let me go back to the previous. He had worked for the Metropolitan Police MPS for 16 years. Oh yeah, this is just going back over. 2 months after the World Trade Center disaster, from 2002 to 2009, he served in the London Borough of Bromley. He then joined the Territorial Support Group, a group that specialised in public order and operates across Greater London. In 2015, he was nominated as the Best Thief Taker at the Commissioner's Excellence Awards in recognition of making 150 arrests in 12 months. In April 2016, he joined the MPS's Metropolitan Police Services Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Group. That is as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed and Donald Trump was being positioned, and 4 months before a ritual appeared to take place at CERN. The research shows that Tobias Ellwood, the former MP for the location of Exbourne Manor, Bournemouth, Dorset, and Jimmy Savile's property where my investigation began, was present at the time of the attack, as I've said. Research shows that the date of birth for the suspect is Khalid Masood is December 1964. A company's house search reveals a Khalid Masood, born 1964, connected to Sheikh's Brand Limited, that was incorporated in December 2022. The same month, I made the first report of the fraud, and when changes take place in relation to the Pizzagate scandal and the company's house records. Masood was only added to the company in August 2024 as the exposure continued, and resigned on the 28th of September 2025 whilst I was in prison. Zain Abrar is in the People record. Now, the timing of that name being added almost suggests it was deliberate for me to find it and expose it. Why would you do that and create that connection to the suspect, knowing full well I am massively looking into company's house? And they obviously would have known that I might look at Tobias Ellwood and find this connection. And yet this is what they've done. Oh, bear with me. Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. Bear with me. Sorry about that. So, why change the details knowing I'm going to expose it? Well, there is a theory, isn't there? What if, and we have to consider this, they are trying to make it seem as though the murders were not real, that they were staged. Now, I've been thinking they look as though they're staging them. These deaths didn't happen, but some of them could be staged, some of them could be real. And what that does is make us think, well, maybe certain people were not killed when they were as part of the cover-up for this criminal system, i.e. some of the high-profile deaths that we're going to be talking about tonight. That could be one reason, potentially, why, for these cases such as Keith Palmer, they're adding a suspect name as the fraud's being exposed, because they're worried that otherwise it's going to come out that all of the other murders are real, whereas that would potentially make the likes of me think that they didn't happen. So that could very well be a reason for it. It could be. And of course, that makes me consider that the crimes against the children aren't happening, but they'd want us to think that. So it could be they're trying to cover up for their crimes against humanity and the children by moving these records around and timing, adding suspects to it and things like that to make it cover up. Now, that's a great sign if that's what they're doing, because that tells us that they are seriously worried about this exposure and they know they're in serious trouble. And the evidence is overwhelming that these crimes are happening. I just find it hard to consider that my families, for example, are really neck deep in all of this. But of course, they could be having to try and defend themselves by making, it might be we've got people infiltrated within the network that are, having to make it seem as though they're involved in this criminal network to actually assist me somehow in resolving it. I don't know. I mean, there's so many different things to think about. But anyway, let's carry on. So, yeah, so this name was added. Bear with me. Just trying to get myself. So this company, connected to Shakes Brand Limited, that was incorporated in December 2022. The same month I made the report. He was added to the company in August 2024 as the exposure continued, and resigned on the 28th of September 2025. Yeah, you wouldn't do that, would you, unless you wanted me to know it. And the only reason I would think they'd want me to know that is to then consider that other murders were not really happening, potentially. Anyway, we'll carry on. A separate search for the name, remember we had the name Zain Abrar on that company, reveals a record for a Zain Mohammed Abrar, unusual name, see, it sounds like it, to a company called Smart Tech UK Limited, where they were appointed in November 2025. Again, all right, so very recently, where the company was when the company was incorporated. So they actually created that company at the same time as I'm escalating my inquiries. It has an address in Cardiff, and the company appears to become relevant shortly. So remember, you've got Smart Tech UK Limited. A company's house search for PC Keith Palmer reveals a record for a Keith Dennis John Palmer with no date of birth, connected to 8 companies, including Aquatic Policeman Limited. So it's got a police reference, so we can assume that could very well be him, and it's very likely going to be him. Well, they had been appointed in February 2009, the same year that the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated, and when I became a director of Exbourne Manor. It was later in the year, though, in September. The company had been incorporated as Service I Limited in 2008, the same year that Large Hadron Collider was first activated in Switzerland, and it dissolved in May 2011. which is between the relevant Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's apparent death. It is a criminal company and links immediately to Exbourne Manor by Jordan's Limited, the exact same company as on the incorporation as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigations began. A Reverend David William Heathcote is in the People record, making an apparent connection to the religious establishments. So remember, it all links into most of it is linking in with the falsified prophecies in all of this, okay? Peter Nielsen Kite connects Aquatic Policeman Limited, the one where Keith Palmer, a record for Keith Palmer, connects to 4 companies, including Tech UK Limited. So remember, we had Smart Tech UK Limited linked to the suspect, and now we have Tech UK Limited. Very similar, where they had been appointed before 1992, the year that the Catholic Church became a legal entity and the Companies House records started to become electronic, which I think was deliberate. Okay, I think that those two things were timed at that point to deliberately connect the forgery of the record being identified to a connection with the Vatican and the falsified prophecies and wherever this is leading spiritually. They had been appointed before 1992, as I said, and they resigned in 1995 when the intelligence agency and Russian government and royal family linked Hacklewitt International Advisory Board was incorporated, and the company has dissolved. That company, as I've told you earlier, is dissolved since being exposed. The company that we're talking about here, this what's it called? Tech UK Limited, was incorporated as Computing Services Association Limited in 1975, and it links immediately to the fraud and vaccine companies by Linklater and Paynes on its incorporation document. Okay, now that links immediately to at least two of the vaccine companies for the COVID situation, one of them being AstraZeneca, which means road to death. If you separate some of the letters and you translate it to Latin, it literally means it comes back as road to death. I've checked it. Andrew Bridgen is linked directly to AstraZeneca UK Limited. Okay, AstraZeneca PLC is what links directly to the Linklaters and Paynes. AstraZeneca UK Limited was started with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, the exact same companies. And Andrew Bridgen's company started with those same two companies as well. So that means Andrew Bridgen is connected to AstraZeneca UK. Catherine Edda Scott connects Tech UK Limited, that company we're talking about, to 7 companies, including Airbus Defence and Space Limited, and to Surrey Satellite Technology Limited, where Elon Musk had been a director. All right, so now that links Elon Musk almost directly on the scale of things. You're talking 2 companies, 3 maximum, to Keith Palmer. Okay, so we now have Elon Musk. Now that exact same company, Surrey Satellite Technology, links almost directly to my brother-in-law's family. Okay, almost directly, who I didn't meet until my sister. When did my sister get with him? About 20. Oh, how many years ago was it? I think it was about 24 years ago. So what year would that have been? 2001. Yeah. World Trade Center disaster time. They got together that same year. I joined the police. I remember in 2001 I was training because I joined the police in 2000. I was at one of the training colleges, and I remember the World Trade Center disaster being on the television, and we were all there watching it happen on the television. And I was actually in Germany at the time of Princess Diana's death, which I don't think is a coincidence in all of this. There's so many things. It's unbelievable because Germany's massively linked into all of this. So anyway, we now have this link to Elon Musk. Now, this means, because of the connection to my brother-in-law, that Elon Musk was positioned by me for whatever reason. Now, Elon Musk is connected massively into the collider technology. He's massively involved in the collider technology in a huge way. We know he's the richest man in the world, supposedly. And here he is linking to my brother-in-law, which links to the intelligence agencies, the Russian government, and the intelligence agencies via Stephen Owens, who was the managing agent for both the block where I was, Exbourne Manor, and the block where Jimmy Savile's building was as well. But Stephen Owens did not become the managing agent for the Jimmy Savile block until I moved to Dorset. But I didn't move into the block straight away. It was 2007 when I actually moved in, and he actually became the managing agent for Jimmy Savile's block, Elizabeth Court, in 2006, which is when I moved down to Kent, and I rented for a year. And 2006 is the same year that the Da Vinci Code movie came out, which is all very relevant, I believe, in all of this. Tobias Ellwood has a military background. Oh, bear with me, I'll just make sure. Yeah, so not only does Elon Musk link quickly to that company I just told you about, but so does Ghislaine Maxwell, makes connections very quickly. And my brother-in-law's family link straight to the main Freemasons Lodge, where Jimmy Savile is connected to it by the Outward Bound company. And you've also got the Savile Club, which is linked very closely to the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. And the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners began in 2012, the same year that CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. And 3 months prior to that, less than 3 months, is when Jeffrey Epstein appears to have held a meeting with Stephen Hawking and CERN scientists on the 19th of April 2012. And Stephen Hawking was supposedly trying to get CERN to create a black hole on Earth. So Tobias Ellwood has a military background and is significantly implicated in the fraud and refused to correspond with me over it, despite being the local MP, as I said. Research shows that Tobias Martin Ellwood, born 1966, is a former British American. Oh, I forgot about that. So he's got an American lineage as well, lineage in his family. So he's British American. Okay, that's interesting. Makes the link there then. Conservative Party politician and soldier who served as a member of Parliament for Bournemouth East, so the area where Exbourne Manor is, from 2005. So that will be before I moved to Dorset, but my family were already connected down there, okay, to people down there. They didn't tell me that, but there was already connections having been made between my three families, and they hid it all from me. And he then stopped being an MP from 2024 in that area. So for that whole time, he was an MP. And then in 2024, after I exposed him, he was no longer an MP there in that area. And he chaired the Defence Select Committee from 2020 until 2023, when I was started to expose the fraud, and was a minister for Defence Veterans, Reserves, and remember what I said about earlier with the veterans, and personnel at the Ministry of Defence from 2017, the year that Donald Trump was positioned after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed, to 2019, the year of the COVID deception. Prior to this political career, Ellwood served as a Royal Green Jackets and in the Royal Green Jackets and reached the rank of captain. He transferred to the Army Reserve and has gone on to reach the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the 77th Brigade. That is also linked to Reynard Wilson, who information suggests has an alias name linked to adrenochrome, cell towers, the vaccines, and colluded with Anthony Roberts, who was the chairman of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, to try and undermine my evidence. He was also part of the 77th Brigade. linking him with the blood of the children. A company's house search for Tobias Ellwood shows that he is connected to 2 companies, including being appointed to Satellite Applications Catapult Limited in February 2025. Deliberate. This has got to be deliberate. Bearing in mind we've got the satellite company linking to Elon Musk, making that other link that we've checked. Now they've positioned him as a link directly to a satellite company, but only after I was exposing the fraud. Interesting. It's got to be deliberate, hasn't it, for me to find that. The company has been incorporated, had been incorporated in February 2012. So they didn't add him until 2025, 2 months before the apparent meeting between Jeffrey Epstein, Stephen Hawking and CERN scientists. It has an address in Oxfordshire, a location where the Maxwells were prominent, and as in Robert and Ghislaine Maxwell, which is all connected, everybody. Elon Musk is linked to Robert and Ghislaine Maxwell, okay, very, very quickly, and to Jeffrey Epstein, and to Jimmy Savile, and to Donald Trump, and to Prince Andrew, and all of these key people that we're seeing. And it has an address in Oxfordshire, as I said, where the Maxwells were prominent, and with it being a satellite company, will be relevant and seemingly to be deliberately to be exposed. It has BPE solicitors in Gloucestershire on its incorporation document. Anthony Martin Mather connects satellite applications, this company that Tobias Ellwood is connected to Haberdashers Asks Elstree Schools Limited, where they were appointed on the 1st of September 2022, 7 days before the Queen's supposed death, and as I'm escalating my inquiries at Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. The company was actually incorporated in 2014 and connects immediately to the fraud. Where is it? Connects immediately to the fraud, Ghislaine Maxwell, the Skinner's Academy, bearing in mind we're talking about the skinning of children alive here in the evidence, the Skinner's Academy, and members of royalty via Farrer and Co. on its incorporation document. Dr. Yvonne Ann Byrne, a doctor, connects Haberdashers, this company, to since 9/11. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Since 9/11, literally the number 9/11, since 9/11, okay, which is 100% to do with everything I'm exposing. And that had already been connected to the research of former Metropolitan Chief Police Commissioner Cassandra Dick, as shown shortly, immediately connected to the former Metropolitan Commissioner. Unreal, isn't it, everybody? Okay, Ellwood also connects, so this is Tobias Ellwood now, we're back to another company. He connects to Queen's Park Infant Academy, where he was appointed in 2013, the year after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson particle. And that's when the company was incorporated. And he resigned from that company in August 2016, after the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, and the exact same month a ritual appears to have taken place at CERN by the Shiva statue. It has a registered address of East Way in Bournemouth, which is close to my wife's grandfather's address, and whose church had been linked to Deborah Fleming via the Wessex Partnership. Okay, and this is the church, and that church is called Christchurch. Exbourne Manor is on Christchurch Road. The town where I work, just up the road from Bournemouth, is called Christchurch. It's twinned with Christchurch in New Zealand, where the earthquake happened, which connects it to all of the research in a massive, massive way. It's definitely relevant, and it's actually now linking in with an apparent device, whether it's a deception or not, in Antarctica, linking with the Antarctic Treaty System, and there's loads of evidence in relation to that now. And again, that I mean, it's mind-blowing. So, where are we? Humphreys Kirk is on the incorporation document for this company, Kirk, making immediate connections to my wife's uncle, Adrian Windsor, and the former school that she had attended, and leading to major areas of the fraud. Now, her uncle, Adrian Windsor, who is the father of the son of the grandfather that went to the Christchurch church that links to Deborah Fleming, owned or part owned, and still does, I believe, the Bermuda Triangle pub at Ashley Cross in Poole. And my wife's former school that he connects to via this organisation, which is a criminal organisation as well, by the way, that links immediately to Keir Starmer by the Death Penalty Project Limited, connects to my former inspector, Lance Cliff, who, when I transferred from Bournemouth to Christchurch, was my inspector at Christchurch Police Station. Gary Michael Conway connects Queen's Park Infant Academy, remember that's the company that Tobias Ellwood is directly connected to Bournemouth Young Men's Christian Association that was incorporated in 1999 and has an address of Delta House, Westover Road in Bournemouth. YMCA, Young Men's Christian Association, makes critical connections throughout the entire document and to the paedophile information exchange immediately via Harriet Harman and my wife's auntie, Lynn Proctor, who claimed to be friends with Harriet Harman and works in education. And the research surrounding the paedophile information exchange connects directly to the World Trade Center disaster, and where the governments have removed a name from an incorporation document for a company called Westco Nominees, which makes the link to Larry Silverstein or Silverstein Real Estates, which links to the World Trade Center disaster and the paedophile information exchange. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Emma? So I just saw your comment. I haven't really been watching them, but I just saw your one there. Oh, someone's put, for the first time I heard of Adrian Windsor. Yeah, he's not famous. He's was a financial advisor. He's my wife's uncle. And obviously the Windsor name is going to be very likely relevant in all of this. And that was whose ring ended up wearing his father's ring. He used to be a Freemason in Kent, where I'm from, but a different part of Kent, near to where Princess Diana was educated. She was educated in Sevenoaks, which is right near. I think actually he was from Sevenoaks, but Tunbridge School becomes relevant in all of this, which is not far away. Tunbridge Wells School, sorry, and Tunbridge School. Princess Diana, which we're going to come to. I mean, it blew me away when we hear the research of the inquiry into the death of Princess Diana. It's just incredible, which we'll come to probably next. She was educated in Sevenoaks in Kent, in Hampshire, but also in Switzerland, which is obviously very relevant in all of this. It's where you've got the Large Hadron Collider and where the World Economic Forum hold their meetings. So the YMCA is massively important, and it was actually founded originally in 1844, which is the same year that Companies House began. It's not going to be a coincidence. And it's not going to be a coincidence that they were all singing the YMCA song to Donald Trump. Amanda Jane Pike connects Queen's Park Infant Academy, remember the one that Tobias Ellwood is connected to 6 companies, including Florence Road Management Co. Limited, that was incorporated in 2013 and has a registered address of House and Son, Lansdowne Road, Bournemouth, which connects immediately to the research of one of the directors of Exbourne Manor called Diane Bisson Simmons, who voted to have me removed after I was continuously refusing to file forged bank documents. And Diane Bisson connects to seismic companies, and where it appears they've changed part of the records linking to that in the solicitors in Inverness that I attended. Now, they could have done that deliberately, because now it's highlighted the solicitors that I attended in Inverness again. Now, it could be deliberate for them to want me to expose that. So this house and son is literally right by Exbourne Manor. It's like a minute, two minute walk from Exbourne Manor. So that now links Tobias Elwood very quickly to Exbourne Manor, and therefore Jimmy Savile, because remember, Jimmy Savile's building is connected directly to Exbourne Manor. So Tobias Elwood is now directly linked into Jimmy Savile as well. Tracy Marie Edwards connects Queen's Park Infant Academy, the same school, same company, to Stourfield Infant Academy Trust that was incorporated in 2012, same year as the CERN discovered a Higgs boson particle and dissolved in 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception. It has an address in Southbourne in Bournemouth, just down the road from Exbourne Manor. Daniel Leslie Sears connects this company to Christchurch Sailing Club, CIC, that was incorporated in 2021. And Keith Michael Barkway connects this to Ocean Point Properties, that has a registered address of 1 Lowther Gardens, connecting to the Association of the Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom and a doomsday cult linked to Julian Assange and to my families immediately via that research. Burns Property Management and Lettings Limited is in the People record and connects to 264 companies, with all of them linking to important areas of the fraud. Or all of the ones I looked at, which would have been a lot of them. Elsewhere in the document, Burns Owens Partnership Limited, remember this is Burns Property Management and Lettings Limited, and elsewhere there's Burns Owens Partnership Limited, is shown from the research of the head of the family courts, Andrew McFarlane, and linking directly to a company called Collider Management Nominees Limited, with an address near to my mother, 3.5 hours away, and again linking to Richard Branson's mother and the Jewish Community Centre UK. So when I'm saying they're connected, they're practically linked straight away. Okay, I wouldn't be saying it unless it's almost immediately or straight away connected. So we now have a link back in with the Virgin Foundation now into this research. I suspect that Burns Owens Partnership Limited relates to other former MP, who again is not an MP since I've exposed them, Connor Burns, and Stephen Owens, who was linked to Exbourne Manor and the Russian government. Remember, the company is called Burns Owens Partnership Limited, linked to the head of the family courts, you're talking almost immediately, and to a Collider management company. All right? Remember, the Russian government are involved in this. All world leaders, 100%, are all working collaboratively in relation to whatever's going on with the Collider technology and the deception against all of humanity. And we know it's a deception because they've got a criminal system in place that gives the motivation for the lies against all of us and the ability to funnel money and launder money from millions, billions of people, and it's worth trillions, multi-trillions of pounds. I suspect, I've mentioned that, Stephen Owens is also in the people record of Ocean Point Properties. As was, remember, Stephen Owens was the managing agent for Exbourne Manor at the time of my inquiries. I had tried holding a meeting with him before I obviously knew anything anywhere near what I know now. He refused to answer any questions and gave notice to resign immediately. This was in a meeting with another director called Diana Betts, who was apologising to him in that meeting. And then there's me saying, can you explain what's been going on with the finances? Can you explain why we haven't got a fire risk assessment on the building? We haven't done since the Grenfell Tower fire. He refused to answer any of my questions. He links to the Russian government. He links directly to Jimmy Savile because he was the same managing agent. It's probably not even his real name. Or it might not be his real name. So, yeah, mind-blowing. Anyway. Where am I? Stephen Owens is in the people record for this company we're talking about. Stephen Owens is also, remember we've mentioned the links to my brother-in-law to Elon Musk almost immediately. My brother-in-law's family. Stephen Owens is straight on the incorporation, people record for my brother's family company name. Straight there. He never told me. For like 2 or 3 years, I was investigating this, telling him everything, trying to get support from my family. They never wanted to look at the evidence, and now we know why, because they know what it's all about, or they're certainly massively implicated in it. And there it was, and he's actually been connected to Stephen Owens the whole time, which must be deliberate. Again, this is all around me. They all knew it. They was working collaboratively. You know, it felt, like I said earlier, it feels as though I am the experiment in all of this for whatever reason. That's what it feels like. And you're going to see even more information later about this. So Stephen Owens is also in the people record of Ocean Point. Managing agent for Export Manager during my initial inquiries before refusing to answer any questions. Yeah, I've just said that without, as if I know what I've written. The Russian government and much more. Marina K. Evans connects Ocean Point Properties, that company, to St George's, Edinburgh, that was incorporated in 1913. So quite an old company. And Edinburgh is where the oldest active Freemason lodge is based. I actually do think it's going to be the real Jerusalem in all of this, everybody. Or certainly be, yeah, I think it is going to be the real Jerusalem, but it's going to be a lot more relevant in all of this than we're being led to believe. And that's why I think, what's his name? Sorry, Brian, if you're watching this. Brian Harvey told me that Edinburgh was the real Jerusalem at the same time that he told me stuff that he shouldn't have even known, you know, in relation to mentioning the craze when I hadn't even mentioned the craze. So he'd obviously been directed, I think, to tell me what he told me. And stuff about the World Trade Center disaster as well, anyway. Tracy Ann Ashworth connects St George's, Edinburgh to 11 companies, including Financial Ombudsman Services Limited, with financial ombudsman companies linked quickly to King Charles, Prince William, Jeffrey Epstein, the Flemings, McDonald's, the research of adrenochrome, the blood of tortured children, and the apparent threat from directed energy via the cell towers. As shown elsewhere in the document. So you can see how quick this all connects, everybody. Ashworth Davies also connects to Scottish National Investment Bank PLC and Edinburgh Children's Hospital Charity that was incorporated as the Sick Kids Friend Foundation and has Turkin Connell on its incorporation document, making important connections to the fraud, the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, very quickly from that, as shown elsewhere in the document. And the changes in the name around Turkin Connell appear to tie in with the death of Princess Diana. Referring back to Ocean Point Properties, we're very close with all of this. David Anthony Sparrows connects to 10 companies, including Redlands Group Limited, leading to many important areas of the fraud. And he connects. I've added a word there I need to get rid of. Let me just screenshot that, please. Yeah. And he connects to David Williams companies that I suspect relates to my former Christchurch police officer, David Williams, who covered the town centre area of Christchurch and the marina areas, making important connections to the research of the councillor Michael Vincent, who was positioned in Lancashire and ties to the research of the incinerator plants and the Nicola Bulley case as shown elsewhere, because the Nicola Bulley case is 100% to do with everything I'm telling you about. And I'll try not to get, because you'll get lost with all of the connections I'm saying, but you've also got the link there from him. So from Michael Vincent, who was positioned in, I think it was December 2022, he was positioned as the head of the council in the Lancashire area where Nicola Bulley then went missing in 2023. Well, December 2022 is when I made the first report of the fraud. Okay. And he then, research from him connects then to Christchurch Marina Companies in Christchurch in Dorset, obviously a very long way away from Lancashire. Lancashire is where the infiltration of the royal family appears to have taken place in relation to Vanessa Emery. But my former colleague, David Williams, was the town centre police constable covering the marina area in Christchurch where these companies are that relates to him and this research we're now looking at. Okay. And what else was I going to say on that? Yeah, and he was working under Lance Cliff, remember, who was my inspector at that police station, that links to my wife's school, that links to my wife's uncle in all of this, where we said about the Kirk name and the Bermuda Triangle Company. You couldn't write this, could you? Unbelievable, isn't it? And it's all there. It's all documented and, verifiable for anyone that is genuine in all of this to be able to verify it. But I am having to consider, are all of you involved? I'm sorry, I have to consider this. And are they setting this all up for me to expose it? It doesn't appear to be the case, because there's lots of people telling me they're not. They're genuinely not part of this. You've got Vanessa and you've got a lot of other people saying, Gary, I can promise you I'm nothing to do with this. I'm verifying what you're saying. So, I've got to go with that, haven't I? Referring back to Daniel Leslie Sears, who was one or two companies back, he also connects to Stourfield Infant Academy Trust to Winton Primary School. Winton is just up the road from Exbourne Manor, and it was incorporated in 2015, and it dissolved on the 2nd of August 2022, just over 2 weeks after Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor resigned, that triggered my investigation. It has St Mark's Church of England Primary School on its incorporation document that connects to the resident shareholder at Exbourne Manor, Susan Duval, and Deborah Fleming's husband, John Fleming. And Deborah Fleming was the one that initiated my removal as a director from Exbourne Manor after refusing to file the forged bank documents. So her husband links to this St Mark's Church of England. So does Susan Duval, which now explains why she was, when I was making all of my inquiries in the building, she was very unwilling to assist me, shall we say, as none of them were. They all knew something. All of them. That's why it was me sat alone at the meeting trying to remove two of the directors in that meeting, and they were all sat behind, all working collaboratively together in relation to whatever is going on in all of this. This Winton school, I believe, is the school that my wife's brother, Miles Morton, had attended, and is linked to the Tank Regiment, where he had originally, this is my, so I'd led to believe was my wife's younger brother, Miles Morton. He was in the Tank Regiment at Bovington, which is where Prince William had also been prior to him. And this explains why, when I was on a night out with one of my former colleagues, and it's no coincidence, I think this was staged, Prince William was in that location dancing, and I saw him dancing in that club in Bournemouth. And Miles Morton tried blocking me from a family WhatsApp group as I tried to expose the fraud to try and save the children. His picture is shown elsewhere in my document. I'm sorry, Miles, but, I've got to expose everybody in all of this if they're not doing the right thing. Even my mum's picture is in this document. Miles's mother is Davina Nichols, and she had been linked to Round Table Children's Wish, which is possibly relevant due to the connections now being made to the Society of the Knights of the Round Table. The website for Round Table, this organisation, Children's Wish, doesn't appear to show any updates on its latest information since 2024, as the exposure continued. Round Table Children's Wish Limited was incorporated in 1997, same year that Princess Diana died, and that the founder of the Church of Satan also died within 2 months of Princess Diana, and links immediately to the fraud and quickly to the research of Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor by Kevin Toon's connection to Ellis Jones Companies on page 5 of the incorporation document. This is coming in from my wife's brother's, it was half brother, mum, okay, who was linked to this Children's Wish company. Kevin John Chard connects Round Table Children's Wish Limited to National Association of Round Tables of Great Britain and Ireland that was incorporated in 1968, the year before Charles became the Prince of Wales, and it dissolved on the 1st of April 2025 as the exposure continued. So it started in 1968 and dissolved in 2025. Its incorporation document appears to have been forged or doctored. So of course, what they were probably doing, I have to assume, is laundering money through this charity. John Raymond Francis Handley connects National Association of Round Tables of Great Britain and Ireland to Warwickshire Masonic Buildings Limited that was incorporated in 1928 and has a forged register, and Jordans and Sons Limited on its incorporation document, linking immediately to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. So this is a Masonic company, the Freemasons. All of them need to be arrested, in my view. The apparent real name of King Charles, Frederick Lee, had also connected immediately to a Masonic buildings company. David Elwin Barton connects National Association of the Round Table of Great Britain and Ireland to Air Ambulance Charity, Kent, Surrey, Sussex, making critical and immediate connections to my dream that I had regarding McDonald's, my visions, my family, the Archbishops of Canterbury, the apparent infiltration of the royal family, and the information regarding children being trafficked in containers linked to Mishcon de Reya and the Vatican. Anthony Richard Cook connects National Association. Oh, this is where we have it. Connects National Association of Round Tables of Great Britain and Ireland to 9 companies, including Carter and Coley Limited. Where he had been appointed after the World Trade Center disaster in 2002 and resigned in July 2025, as big movements are taking place, including in relation to Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as the exposure continues. That's when the comet, 3I Atlas comet, was first supposedly discovered. It's complete deception. I don't believe that comet ever existed. It links to the fraud immediately by A1 Company Services and 788 to 790 Finchley Road on its incorporation document. These are the friends of the Flemings, and it's the accountancy firm who my inquiries lead me to believe had been filing forged bank documents produced by the bank for Exbourne Manor for many years. And in fact, it was Cook, that name, that person, Anthony Richard Cook, that I had been liaising with, during my inquiries. I've forgotten it was here, actually. Cook also connects to Rogar Limited, that was incorporated as Carter and Coley Holdings in 2020 and changed its name on the 18th of September 2025. The only time its name changed, the day before the staged arrest of me, which was unlawful. The day before my arrest. Cook also connects, remember what I said earlier. So this is a friend of the Flemings and the accountancy firm that appears to have been filing the forged bank documents for Exbourne Manor, and therefore would have been Jimmy Savile as well. All right, because it was the same managing agent, Stephen Owens, remember, that was managing the building where Jimmy Savile was living, okay, or owned a property. Cook also connects to MPS Limited. Remember, we have the acronym we spoke about earlier, the Metropolitan Police Service. And this is MPS Limited, that was incorporated in 2005. And MPS is the acronym for the Metropolitan Police Service, and with the police closely associated with the Flemings. This is likely related. It connects immediately to the fraud by Form 10 companies, and formation directs on its incorporation document. And I've now linked that practically immediately to P. Diddy and to the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry and the apparent blood of the tortured children. So that now looks as though that connects to the Metropolitan Police Service as well. Now remember, the police, military, NHS, all government organisations were set up around this system of international government fraud that appears to be being used to funnel money in relation to the crimes against children, and how that ties in to the Collider technology and the Vatican. It was all set up around this, everybody. It's quite obvious now. Years and years and years ago. Simon Timothy Wyve has a correspondence address in Wimborne in Dorset, the same town where the Flemings had lived, the ones that initiated removal, as well as the founder of the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee, who created the World Wide Web for CERN, okay, in 1989. And they connect MPS Limited to 9 companies, including Colsim Limited. And here it has Oury Clark in its registered address. A separate search for Oury Clark reveals Oury Limited, that was incorporated in February 2025. So very, very recently on the scale of things, and is in the process of being struck from the register. They're trying to get rid of it, supposedly. This is massive now, what I'm about to tell you. Its address is 71 to 75 Shelton Street, Covent Gardens, London. The exact same address linked to the United Nations, the NATO evidence of NATO, obviously the organisation linked to the military, NATO, the research of the world leaders, including Kim Jong-un of North Korea, and the British Taxpayers Association Company that dissolved in January 2026, almost 100 years after it was founded. Referring back to Winton Primary School, remember that company that we were looking at, very closely linked to Tobias Elwood. John Christopher Appleton connects to 15 companies, including Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP, that is shown on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, and connects most areas of the fraud to my upbringing. Referring back to National Association of Round Table of Great Britain and Ireland, Matthew, remember that's linked to my wife's half-brother's friend, mother. Referring back to the Round Table of Great Britain, yeah, Matthew David Sane, I've forgotten about this, Eton, connects to Cogent Intelligence that was incorporated as Montana Clare Limited in May 2007, the same month that Madeleine McCann went missing, and it dissolved in 2023 as I escalated the exposure of the fraud. And this is massive, what I'm about to tell you. Previous research shows that Cogent, this name, remember, is called, this company is called Cogent Intelligence. Well, Cogent was founded by the CEO for the Podesta Brothers company, which links to the Podesta Brothers of the Pizzagate scandal linking to Hillary Clinton. See how quickly this all connects now. Adrian Hugh Russell Gibbons connects National Association of Roundtables of Great Britain. Remember, linked to my wife's brother's mum. Britain and Ireland to Pentagon training. Yeah, and I think it actually does link to the Pentagon in America. That was incorporated in 1981, and it dissolved on the 22nd of February 2011, the exact day of the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand. Colin Charles Farmer connects Pentagon training to 20 companies, including Kensington, Chelsea and Westminster Chamber of Commerce Limited, that was incorporated in 1969, the same year King Charles became the Prince of Wales. And this is the location of the relevant Grenfell Tower fire that links to Temple's Trust, the Goldsmiths, the Satanic Temple of the United Kingdom, and much more. And the Goldsmiths are intertwined with the Rothschilds, massively implicated in this fraud, and they fomented Israel in the Balfour Declaration of 1917, which then ties in with the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini, written in 1871, which was the year before the infiltration and the imprisonment of the popes at the Vatican. Okay, and that set out the 3 World War deception, and it talks about Israel and Palestine. Referring back to National Association of Roundtables of Great Britain and Ireland, Burnett Lyle Edward Reed connects to 28 companies, including the Cooperative Bank PLC and the Cooperative Bank PLC with dots between it. That makes important connections to the fraud. The Royals, the cell towers, UNICEF, which was supposedly positioned or founded in 1946 to protect children in times of conflict, which are now proven they're all a deception. Okay, so UNICEF actually gave them the ability to take children and to target children through the United Nations and through the international conflicts. UNICEF links to the United Nations and the apparent crimes against the children. According to the research, Judge Mark Lucroft oversaw the inquiry of the death of PC Palmer. Okay, so now we're going in from a slightly different angle. Research shows that Mark Lucroft KC was born in 1961 and is an English barrister and judge. He was appointed Recorder of London in 2020, the most senior circuit judge at the Old Bailey, and previously served as Chief Coroner of England and Wales from 2016, when the Pizzagate scandal started to become exposed, until 2020, after and during the COVID deception. He is the son of Reverend Cyril Lucroft, a United Reformed Church minister, and was educated at Wood Green School, a state comprehensive school in the market town of Witney, Oxfordshire, where the Maxwells were prominent in Oxfordshire, before going up to the University of Kent, where he read law, with Kent being where I was born. Lucroft graduated as BA in 1983 and was called to the bar in 1984. Appointed recorder in 2003, he took silk in 2006, becoming the full-time judge in 2012, the year that CERN claimed to have discovered the dog God particle. Prominent cases that he dealt with include a life sentence in 2024 for Fiona Beat, Bill, sorry, who murdered her partner Nicholas Billingham. Bit really irrelevant at the moment, but it will, if I research that, it'll all become relevant. Oh no, that's too blurred. I can't read that. Okay, I can't read some of the research on him, but that's probably not too. In October 2023, he changed date of birth of the police officer. No, I can't read that bit. In fact, I can read hardly any of this page. That's annoying because this is going to be quite a critical bit. Oh, sugar. Oh well. I'll read this first bit. A company's house search for him shows that he was appointed to Red Lion Chambers Limited in 1997, the year that Princess Diana died, and resigned on the 13th of July 2012, 5 days after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson, a God particle. Red Lion Chambers Limited was incorporated as Shelfco 1249 Limited in 1996, with Shelfco companies normally connected to the major areas of the fraud by Slaughter and May Limited, a criminal company that was incorporated the same year, it was incorporated the same year as CERN was founded. It has Nabarro Nathanson on its incorporation document. This is linked to the judge, connecting to the research of Donald Trump, Jimmy Savile, members of the royal family, and linking in with CERN and the main Freemason Lodge, which then links to my brother-in-law. There is loads more. He basically goes in loads and loads of connections into the fraud from the judge, but I'm not able to read. Oh, that's a shame, because coming from, I can read a little bit of this. It's gone really blurry. It links to Temple Music, the Temple Music Company. That was created in 2002, the year after the World Trade Center disaster. It has an address of the Inner Temple, the Treasury Office, registered address of the Treasury Office, the Inner Temple, page 5. Oh, I can't read some of that. Okay, we'll skip that rest of that bit. Oh my goodness, this is all blurred because they're screenshots, you see, that I've taken. Right, let's go to let's go to another. Yeah, let's go to another bit of research and hope that the screen's okay. It doesn't look like it's going to be all right for hardly any of it. Right, let's get back. Bear with me, sorry. These ones look as though they're okay, so we'll go on to a different subject. Yeah, that looks all right. Princess Diana. There are many conspiracies surrounding the death of Princess Diana. And on the 31st of August 1997, the investigations in both Britain and France found that Diana died in a manner consistent with media reports following the fatal car crash in Paris in 1999, the same year as the re-establishment of the Church of St. Hold on, I haven't read that very well. This is from the research at the moment, from the actual research I've done, not the company's house records. There are many conspiracies, because part of it's blocked with my cursor when I pressed on it. There are many conspiracy theories surrounding the death of Princess Diana, the Princess of Wales, on 31st of August 1997. Official investigations in both Britain and France found that Diana died in a manner consistent with media reports following the fatal crash in Paris. In 1999, the same year of the re-establishment of the Church of Satan, which is relevant, a French investigation concluded that Diana died as a result of a crash. French investigating judge Hervé Steven concluded that the paparazzi was some distance from the Mercedes when it crashed and was not responsible for manslaughter. After hearing evidence of the British inquest, a jury in 2008 returned a verdict of unlawful killing by driver Henry Paul and the paparazzi pursuing the car. The jury's verdict also stated, in addition, the death of the deceased was caused or contributed to by the fact that the deceased was not wearing a seatbelt and by the fact that the Mercedes struck the pillar in the Pont de la Alma tunnel rather than colliding with something else. Research shows that French Judge Hervé Stephen led the investigation into the initial death. Initial time. A search for Stephen Hervé company's house through Google reveals a Hervé Violette, having been appointed to SPI, Stephen Portman Investments Limited, in September 2024 and resigning in November 2024. So not very long at all. The correspondence and registered address for this company is 71 to 75 Shelton Street, Covent Garden, London, making the immediate and major connections to the fraud and the United Nations, NATO, the World Marshal Authority, affiliated to the Rapid Response members who targeted me, and the world leaders to the British Taxpayers Association, the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un, and much more, immediately linking in to that address on the research. That's not going to be a coincidence, everybody. So this is the research of the judge. Remember, there's no verification on names. So what they've been doing is using false names, alias names, providing false names to the public in what they're doing, using variations of names, because the government has never verified details deliberately since 1844. And now I've proven that the verification they've got in place is criminal. So what they're allowing, and I've got the evidence proving it, they're using third-party companies as the verification that are linked to the fraud and linked back to the companies that they're doing the verification for. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's how desperate they are to make it seem as though they are doing something, but actually they are continuing to allow the laundering of money from humanity and funnel it into their agenda and their crimes against the apparent crimes against the children. A separate search for Thomas Herman, who is on the on that last company on the People record, shows a record of the same name having been appointed to Deloitte NSE LLP on the 1st of June 2017, after the Pizzagate scandal had been exposed, and whilst Donald Trump had been positioned. They resigned on the 31st of March 2022. As I made inquiries at Exbourne Manor, and Deborah Fleming resigned from the NHS or retired from the NHS to become involved with Exbourne Manor. The company was incorporated as Deloitte NWE LLP on the 4th of May 2017, the day before Fleming Co Limited was incorporated, that connects international world leaders to the collaborative criminal network, including Trump, Netanyahu, and the leader of Iran, as well as the research of the Rapid Response members who targeted me. So that was the day before Fleming Co Limited was incorporated. Okay, it's not going to be a coincidence, and that is now, it's either dissolved or it was in the process of dissolving or in liquidation. Its name was changed on the 31st of May 2019 between the arrests of Julian Assange and Jeffrey Epstein, and on the lead up to the COVID deception. It has Deloitte LLP2 on its incorporation document. Deloitte had already featured in a critical connection to the intelligence linked, royal family linked, and Russian government linked company, the Hackluit International Advisory Board, that is shown on page 40, the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And the filing history shows for that company that changes took place around the time of Princess Diana's death to remove Deloitte from that company. Unbelievable, everybody. Deloitte also features in the research of the Israel attacks in 2023, linking quickly to the Manchester Arena bombing, Christian companies, and the leader of Qatar that is connected to Sherborne Dorset, the Canary Wharf building as well, which links to Margaret Thatcher in the research and John Major when that was being built. It is also part It is also part of the proposed digital ID enslavement linked with Donald Trump via OpenAI, along with BAE Systems, which connects immediately to major areas of the fraud: the cell towers, McDonald's, My Dreams, the Flemings, Jeffrey Epstein, the blood of the tortured children, and Sony via an Ericsson company. All immediately linking in with that. BAE Systems is the largest defence contractor in the United Kingdom, given the ability to launder billions of pounds from the masses, stealing it from them, in other words, through these defence contracts, because all of the leaders are involved. Okay, so they basically a problem, reaction, solution, criminal network, everybody. But BAE Systems and all of those things that I've talked about link immediately from two companies that were on the cell tower overlooking Fort William that I went up to, linking into the blood of the children via the company's records. And Sony, at that Ericsson link, becomes critical in relation to Michael Jackson and the death inquiry that we'll look at possibly tonight, if not another time. The research shows that Deloitte is a British multinational professional services network based in London, United Kingdom. It is the largest professional services network in the world by revenue and number of employees, and is one of the big four accounting firms, along with EY, KPMG and PwC. KPMG makes major connections already to the fraud. It connects immediately to Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council, which is where Exbourne Manor is based, and it links directly to Amanda Pearson, the Chief Constable of Dorset Police, positioned to replace Scott Chilton as my exposure continues. And that she links to Skin and Clinton companies, and also to, I think it's Duran Duran and Simon Le Bon, where there's more skin related companies. And I suspect, with all of the evidence I'm getting, we're talking about the skinning of children alive here. It's overwhelming. I've got to say that I think that that's really been going on, and how they're using it in shoes and all sorts in relation to all of this, I'm sorry to say. And this, of course, explains why Julia Vandalt came forward to make me believe that Madeleine McCann was alive, to hide the evidence that I've later acquired, suggesting that Prince Harry was wearing the skin of Madeleine McCann at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest in July 2019. PwC here mentioned relates to PricewaterhouseCoopers, that also links into the fraud. Research shows that the Deloitte network is composed of members of firms of Deloitte Touche Tomatsu Limited. Oh, I've got to change that. I know. A private limited company by guarantee, incorporated in England and Wales. In 1947, a Detroit accountant, George Bailey, then president of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, launched his own organization. This was the same year that the Doomsday Clock began. In 1989, Deloitte, and actually it's important because that's the same year, this all now starts tying in with the cell towers again, because that's when microwave ovens were first released commercially, giving them the ability to put harmful technology into people's homes as a potential test to see the effects it would have on people when they reach their bigger plan of the potential radiating all of humanity, linking in with the removal of lead from paint, which happened in 1992 here in the United Kingdom, which is the same year that the Catholic Church became a legal entity, and when the Companies House Register became a electronic. Or it was all staged for me to find it, because there's going to be something huge about me in all of this. But the removal of lead exemptions were given, in the United Kingdom at least, for grade 1 and grade 2 listed buildings. So in other words, the people at the top of this international government fraud who are living in estate houses or manor houses can still use lead paint on their properties, which in theory would give them protection from the radiation, whereas they could radiate the rest of the world. In 1989, Deloitte Haskins and Sells, another offshoot of Deloitte, merged with Touche Ross in the US to form Deloitte and Touche. This was the year that the related World Wide Web was created for CERN. After the World Trade Center disaster deception in 2002, Arthur Anderson's UK practice, the firm's largest practice outside of the US, agreed to merge with Deloitte's UK practice, Anderson's practice in Spain, the Netherlands, Portugal, Belgium, Mexico, Brazil, and Canada also agreed to merge with Deloitte. So you see, the World Trade Center disaster was an international collaborative deception against humanity, linking in with all of this. So you can see all of these mergers and things are happening around the world after, because it's a centralized criminal network, everybody, linking in with the Vatican and their ultimate agenda plans, whatever they may be in all of this. And this person that was on here earlier saying they just want your land, well, that's what you may think, but there's very likely an agenda above what even you know about, my friend, all right, which will have an effect on your family as well, all right? And that could be a judgment against you for you continuing to take everybody's land and be part of this international fraud, all right? So you also need to do the right thing and come forward and get behind this evidence and a strategy and prevent it, because your families are also at risk, according to all of my evidence. In 2007, Deloitte began hiring former employees, this is massive, of the Central Intelligence Agency. 2007 is when Madeleine McCann went missing, and it's also when Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated. So Deloitte actually started employing intelligence agency members, everybody. A Lord John Stevens Lord John Stevens, Metropolitan Police Commissioner, oversaw the English investigation into conspiracies regarding Princess Diana's death from 2004 to 2006 under Operation Paget, P-A-G-E-T. John Arthur Stevens, Baron of Worpington, born on in 1942, is a former Commissioner of Police of the Metropolitan. This is from the research now. Having served from 2000 until 2005, from 1991 to 1996, he was Chief Constable. So the year before Princess Diana's death, he was Chief Constable of Northumbria Police before being appointed one of the HM Inspectors of Constabulary in September 1996. He was then appointed Deputy Commissioner of the Met in 1998 until his promotion to Commissioner in 2000. He was writer for... This is massive. This is just massive. It's unbelievable how this all connects in. He was writer for the News of the World for £7,000 an article until his resignation as the hacking scandal progressed. The phone hacking scandal connects massively to the murder of Daniel Morgan and makes major connections in my research, linking into the royals, the Russian government, I've linked it also into the Kim Jong-un, North Korea, back into the Taxpayers Association, multiple other cases of apparent murders, mass shootings, serial killings, terrorism, and much more. That links to that chief constable, that chief that investigated Princess Diana's death. A company's house search shows that Lord John Arthur Stevens was appointed to AFA, that's him, Midco A Limited in September 2020. The company was incorporated in July 2020, and it has AFO Topco Limited and Buckingham Palace Road on its incorporation document. James Headley Paget is shown in the People record, suggesting, spelling mistake, let me just screenshot that. I'm gonna have a break and come to some questions in a minute. What time is it? Buckingham Palace in its corporation document. James Headley Paget is shown in the People record, suggesting this may be, well, it's very likely, where the operation name came from for the investigation and where it originated, but no other company is shown on his record. You ready for this? A separate search for that name shows an exact same name, James Headley Paget, for a duplicate record connected to 13 companies, critically including Eclipse Film Partners number 26 LLP, that links to the paedophile information exchange via the National Council for Civil Liberties immediately, practically, but also he connects the exact same record to Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP, making the direct connection to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that links to my upbringing and quickly to the Satanic Temple, United Kingdom, via the Eclipse Company, to the Goldsmith family, to the intelligence agencies, and many major areas of the fraud. Unbelievable, everybody. So remember, he was in charge. He was running the inquiry into the conspiracies surrounding Princess Diana. Completely compromised. Obviously positioned specifically. Now, this tells us that Princess Diana very likely did die. Very likely did die. And then that possibly explains why they've positioned, like we said earlier, other suspect names as I'm exposing the fraud to make me think that other deaths may not be real when they very likely or possibly are real. Dame Elizabeth Butler Schloss oversaw the initial coroner's inquiry for Princess Diana in 2006, but stepped down, and Lord Justice Scott Baker took over. Now, it hasn't said, I haven't researched it enough to establish it. It didn't say in the research I saw why she stepped down. Probably she realised she can't be part of this, all right, because she knew it was a cover-up over what was really going on. Anne Elizabeth Oldfield Butcher Schloss, so then her, who Baroness Butler Schloss, sorry, not Butcher, Butler Schloss, born on the 10th of August 1933 as a retired English judge. She was the first female Lord Justice of Appeal. Interesting, the first one. And was the highest ranking female judge in the United Kingdom until 2004, when Baroness Hale was appointed to the House of Lords, until June 2007, which is the month after Madeleine McCann's death, and chaired the inquests. She chaired the inquests into the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, and Dodi Al Fayed. Now, Dodi Al Fayed's son, Dodi Al Fayed is linked almost immediately to the record for Peter Gilmore. And Peter Gilmore was positioned as the High Priest of the Church of Satan in 2001, after the original founder died within 2 months of Princess Diana in 1997. So, completely compromised. She stood down from that task with effect from that date. So that's June 2007. The month after. So maybe she realised that Madeline had been part of this satanic element criminal network with the skinning, and she realised she can't go on with it and step down. Maybe we have to consider. And how it ties in with the Vatican and the collider technology and a potential plan to end all of creation, and by falsifying a tribulation effect on Earth. We still have to consider that with all of my evidence, and I've got a lot more supporting it. I'm trying to screenshot this, sorry. Now, obviously, everything they're doing is completely against the Creator. Completely. We know that because we know we have moral conscience in a rational state of mind. All of these people are not thinking rationally. All right. So if you're part of this and you're listening to this, you need to stop right now. You're not thinking rationally. Whether you've been, I'm sorry to say this, whether you're taking too many drugs, you're having too much alcohol, you're addicted to too many things, you're too deep in all of this, you're being coercively controlled, whatever, you need to stop. All right. Because everything is on the line. Everything. According to my research, every bit of this planet is on the line according to all of my research. All right, so you all need to get behind this. Butler Schloss is a church-going Anglican. Oh, did I read the... Yeah, I did read the last bit. She is a church-going Anglican, and in 2002, she chaired the Crown Appointments Committee charged with the selection of a new Archbishop of Canterbury. See what I mean? Tying back into the falsified prophecies, because the Archbishop of Canterbury is a massively part of all of this, everyone. She was chairman of the Advisory Council of St. Paul's Cathedral, massive part of this, and there's a St. Paul's company that's very recently dissolved, that's been around for decades, as my exposure connects. I can't remember what that is, but she was part of this from 2000 to 2009. Which is the year that the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated, and I became a director of Exbourne Manor 2 weeks prior to that. She currently serves as the chair for the Commission of Religion and Belief in British Public Life. So she still has that. This was research from the other day, a couple of days ago. A Companies House search shows that Butler Schloss was appointed to the Human Trafficking Foundation in 2010. Unbelievable, everyone. It's just mind-blowing. The Human Trafficking Foundation in 2010, which is the year that CERN Limited was incorporated, and Temple is in the correspondence address, the word Temple. The company was incorporated in 2010, the same time, and as I said, it has an address of the House of Commons, so it links with our government, and another address with Temple in. It also has Morris Turner Gardner. Again, I need to put a space there. I've made a few little mistakes in the document here, so I'll just screenshot it to remind me. Oh, why is it not? Now, I think it's fairly obvious that either they want me to believe there's something very significant about me, or there is something very significant about me. But there is something that suggests I'm potentially a project to them. But potentially late, which we'll talk about, probably not tonight. I've actually found a company called East Cliff Project, linking in with everything. So on its incorporation document, it has this company. Paul Anthony Jackson connects the Human Trafficking Foundation to 6 companies, including Morton Mansions Limited, that was incorporated at a key year of 1991. This is when David Icke came out and said the world will be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis, and he's linked to the intelligence agencies. It is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigation began. I had been led to believe that Morton was the name of my wife's family. Remember, this is Morton, Mansions Limited. And I've been led to believe that they'd already, and they are already connected quickly to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited in various ways. Albert Ernest Burton connects Morton Mansions Limited to Springboard Project Limited, was incorporated in 1992. The same year that the Catholic Church became a legal entity and the Companies House register started to become electronic. Springboard companies had already featured in the research of the Church of Satan. Sorry, yeah, I might have pressed the button accidentally. How long have you how long have you not been hearing me for? Can someone just put a rough time? Sorry, I had my finger on the... How long? Only 1 minute or so. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, I'll just go back a little bit then. Did you hear me mention the Springboard companies linking to Hart and Gordon Ramsay? Someone just messaged me saying no sound, but I think you've got it now. Did you hear me talking about Gordon Ramsay? No. 2 minutes. Okay. Well, let me go back then. 5 minutes, someone said. It's interesting, people's different perception of time. A lot of 2 minutes there, some 3 minutes, some 5. Okay. You heard me talking about Butler Sloss was appointed to the Human... You heard about the Human Trafficking Foundation. I'll read from there anyway again, just so we got it. Companies House search so that Butler Sloss was appointed to the Human Trafficking Foundation in 2010, which is when CERN Limited was created. From Russia. Oh, nice to have you here. Great to have you here. We've got some Russian person. Welcome. Welcome. Great to have you here. We're all in this together, everybody. All right. Your Russian government's involved in this. They're all collaboratively working against humanity. Absolutely. So welcome. Welcome. Trafficking Foundation in 2010, and Temple is in the correspondence address. The company was incorporated, it has an address of the House of Commons. Right, this is the Human Trafficking Foundation linked to the House of Commons on its incorporation document with Temple in the name. What a mockery to us all this has been. It's always been there. I mean, this has been since 2010. It's been there for a long time. That incorporation document has sat there for 16 years and no one's made the link to the human trafficking, or no one has lived to be able to make the link and publicise it, put it that way. And here we have it, the Human Trafficking Foundation. And it has a Temple address on there as well as the House of Commons. Paul Anthony Jackson connects the Human Trafficking Foundation to 6 companies, including Morton Mansions Limited, that was incorporated a key year of 1991. It is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigation began. I had been led to believe that my wife's family's surname is Morton, which is the same as this, and they have already been connected in multiple ways to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. In fact, Deborah Fleming links almost immediately to my father-in-law's account or financial advisor, I think it is, called Chris Batten, and then from there it links to a Minster organisation in Wimborne, which is where the Flemings live, and Julian Assange links almost directly. The research of Julian Assange links almost directly to that ministerial company in Wimborne. And remember, Wimborne is where the founder of the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee, also lived, okay, in Wimborne in Dorset. Paul Anthony Jackson, mentioned that. I have been led to believe, Albert Ernst Burton connects Morton Mansions Limited to Springbourne Project Limited, that was incorporated in 1992, the same year the Catholic Church became a legal entity and the company's house records started to become electronic. Springboard Companies had already featured in the research of the Church of Satan and how that linked in with Gordon Ramsay and Hart & Co. companies that I suspect relate to Aisha Hart from God FM, and that led to an address of Glenfurness Avenue in Bournemouth, close to my wife's grandparents' address, and that grandparent is the ones that went to the church, which links to the Flemings via the Wessex Partnership. Burton, the same director, also connects to Bureau Van Dijk Electronic Publishing Limited, that was incorporated in 1988 as CD-ROM Publishing Company before its name was changed in 1995, the same year as the Hacklowy International Advisory Board was incorporated. Links to the intelligence agencies and the Russian government. It has a registered address of 1 Canada Square, Canary Wharf, making the connection to the leader of Qatar, who was educated in Sherborne and has links and owns a large share of the Canary Wharf building. And Sherborne is where my wife's former employee worked, that links to the Virgin Foundation, and then that has an immediate connection to the Pizzagate scandal, again, with the skinning of a young girl alive. The leader of Qatar connects to the research of the Israel attacks and the bombing of the Manchester arena. This company that we're talking about is a criminal company, having been incorporated again with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Lieutenant Colonel Roger Hugh Kerr, a connection to the military again, connects Morton Mansions Limited to Double R Farm Company Limited and Double R Farm 2004 Limited, that both have Bishop Fleming LLP, linking quickly to Deborah Fleming, who initiated my removal as a director from Exbourne Manor, and that is in their registered address. Just going to screenshot that because I didn't put registered address, but I know it is. Screenshot. Sorry, I know I haven't answered any questions. Double R Farm 2004 Limited is a criminal company, having been incorporated again with the same company as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. They had been appointed to this company in 2004, and they resigned in April 2025. So that's the director as the exposure continued. Anthony John Scott Hopkins connects Morton Mansions Limited to Kensington Mansions Limited, where they were appointed in 1999 and they resigned in June 2001 on the lead up to the World Trade Center disaster deception. This company was incorporated as Unicorn 2000 Limited in 1998, suggesting they were planning something for 2000, until its name was changed 2 weeks later. Unicorn companies feature in the connections to Noel Edmonds and Trevor Meelan of the Rapid Response groups, where my father-in-law, Nicholas Morton, had originally directed me, whilst Trevor Meelan was part of the Transparency Task Force. And a fake operation was set up called Operation Meadows, where Trevor was trying to make me believe that they were taking the Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, to the European courts in Brussels. And they actually did a video at the courts. This is the sort of length they went to. And they actually got Noel Edmonds and a Guardian article as I was starting to expose the fraud. This was all coming out, and it was a fake cover for the larger fraud that we are now looking at, and how that ties in with the crimes of the children, crimes against the children, apparently. Kensington Mansions links immediately to the fraud by Keith Gahan, Temple Secretaries, A1 Company Services, and 788 790 Finchley Road on its incorporation document. Patrick Brian Francis connects Kensington Mansions Limited to 72 companies, including Octagon Research Solutions Limited, that was incorporated in 2006. This is critical. In 2006, Mercer and Hull is shown on page 6, making a critical connection to the research of Julian Assange, the Doomsday Cult, and where he was in Kent at the time of the Christchurch earthquake, and it all links in with Tommy Robinson. And Mercer and Hull links to potentially the murder of the Prime Minister of Australia around the time this is all going on, where it looks as though they might have removed them as part of their agenda moving forward. And this also links into the apparent device at Antarctica that was possibly used to cause the earthquake in New Zealand, as shown elsewhere in the document. Octagon companies and references to Octagon feature in the research of the doctors that instigated the prosecution against Lucy Letby, leading to the Israel attacks, and Moderna, the vaccine company. It also links quickly to Gerald McCann, Princess Diana's former lover, James Hewitt, from the building where Jimmy Savile owned a flat in Bournemouth that is linked directly to Exbourne Manor, to Robert Maxwell, to Deborah Fleming, to murdered Daniel Morgan's company directly to his company that he supposedly set up. The Knights of Octagon table, which is shown from the research of Chris Whitty of the COVID response, and to the research of the Wayfair child trafficking scandal leading to Savile Row and major areas of the fraud. That is all coming in from that Octagon link that we've now just found here in this research. That's not even saying all of it. There's loads, but they're like the key things that pop up. And I determined that, you see, by literally searching my document for the previous Octagon connections and then listing them in this part of the document to show that how it's all connected, you see. I don't know any other way of doing it. Very time consuming. You can imagine, the amount of work that this takes to do this. It's not easy. Oliver James Benacry connects Kensington Mansions Limited to 25 companies, including, this is massive, everyone. Remember what we looked at earlier. We now have a link to Tech UK Limited, the exact same company featuring from the research of allegedly murdered PC Keith Palmer and connected quickly to Elon Musk, and the exact same company linked to my brother-in-law's family and with the MP for the area of Exbourne Manor having been involved, as shown elsewhere. It's just gobsmacking, isn't it? It's just gobsmacking. And this has all been documented now. So just let that sink in. This is now from the inquiry, very quickly, from the person that was in charge, or one of the people in charge of the inquiry of the murder of Princess Diana. Now, before I was saying, you know, we have to consider that she wasn't murdered. Well, I mean, we still have to consider she didn't die, but this is looking as though they took her out because of all of this. It's really looking like that, and we haven't even finished yet. So Lord Justice Scott Baker took over the inquiry after, remember, that former judge stepped down after Madeleine McCann had been killed, it looks like, from the research, and potentially skinned alive. She probably thought, I don't want any more to do with this. Anyway, this new judge steps in for the inquiry in relation to Princess Diana. Took over the inquiry, and research shows that Sir Thomas Scott Gillespie Baker was born in 1937, and he's a retired English Court of Appeal judge. Scott Baker is the eldest son of Sir George Baker, a former High Court judge who was president of the family division. Given the ability to steal the children again. And that was from 1971, which is when the World Economic Forum began, to 1979, which is the year that the Georgia Guidestones, which represent an upcoming man-made apocalypse, were being designed, and then they were built and put in place in Georgia in 1980. One of his brothers, Judge Michael Baker, KC, was the resident judge at St Albans Crown Court. He was called to the bar at the Middle Temple. Notice it's all temple, Middle Temple, Inner Temple. It's been there all along, everyone. In 1961, which is when the related J.F. Kennedy was positioned. John F. Kennedy became the president. It's all to do with this, everybody. A deception. The assassination is almost, I believe, well, it's possibly that he's massively, well, I'm going to sort of stay neutral on that now. I was thinking he wasn't assassinated. But because of this evidence on Princess Diana, I'm now starting to consider that he may have been. But yeah, anyway, we'll come back to that. But this is the same year that he was positioned as the president. And it's also the same year that the producer, the main currency producer, De La Rue, purchased Waterloo's, which is a company going right back to 1810, I believe it was originally founded. And Waterloo's links in with the Freemasons, which links in with Jimmy Savile. And the currency producer is a big part of all of this. And he practiced in a range of legal areas, including family finance cases and in professional negligence. He became a recorder in 1976 and was appointed a Queen's Counsel in 1978. He became a bencher at Middle Temple in 1985, and he was a member of the... lost it. He was a member of the committee that inquired into human fertilization in 1982 to 1984, chaired by Mary Warnock, which led to the Human Fertilization and Embryology Act 1990. Now, I think, if I do a bit of digging, I think this is going to link in with cloning. All right, 1990, that act came in. Well, that's the year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN. I think I've already found some tentative connections to cloning, but I think that is I'm going to find some links into the cloning side of things in all of this. Let me just get a screenshot to remind me, actually. But you know, the trouble is, I want to do all of this research, but the longer I'm doing research and nobody else is doing anything on my strategy, the less time people have if we're really at threat in all of this. If there really is a threat to all of humanity in this. Baker was promoted in 2002, becoming a Lord Justice of Appeal. This was the year after the World Trade Center disaster. He was treasurer of his Inns of Court, the Middle Temple, in 2004. He sat as coroner for the inquest into, as I've said, the deaths of Princess Diana and Dodi Fayed. From the 2nd of October 2007, that's interesting. So she stepped down in June, the month after Madeleine McCann went missing. He was then positioned not for a few months later. It looks as though they panicked, they didn't know what to do. Or a lot of people were like, I don't want to be part of this. Well, that's the month after, 2 months after Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated on Companies House. So in October 2007, he became the lead on the inquiry again until April 2008. 2008 is when the Large Hadron Collider was activated for the first time. A Companies House search shows that Baker is connected to 3 companies, including the Caldecott Education Trust Limited, that was incorporated in 1968, the year before... the year before Charles became the Prince of Wales, and it is a criminal company linking immediately to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited and Mohammed Al Fayed by Jordans and Sons Limited, because Mohammed Al Fayed's companies also have Jordans and Sons on some, and they actually not only have the same name, the same company, they have the same name as Mavis June Latter, and Mavis June Latter makes the connection to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited via Swift Incorporations. George Marsh connects the Caldecott Education Trust to 8 companies, including Sherborne Schools Group. You gotta laugh. It just, oh my goodness. Even though I wrote this, it's like, oh my goodness. All right, Sherborne Schools. Remember, this is where the leader of Qatar, we've already been talking about it, the leader of Qatar, again linking in with this, with my wife's employer, back in with the Virgin Foundation and the Petersgate scandal again. And now we have, from George Marsh connecting to this company, 8 companies, including Sherborne Schools Group, with Sherborne School links made in the research of, so all I've done is type in Sherborne Schools, the Cuban Missile Crisis, which links to JFK, the research of Rishi Sunak, connecting to an international collaborative deception with the Russian government, Tony and Sherry Blair, who link to the National Council for Civil Liberties and the Paedophile Information Exchange via that, to the a connection to the research of the World Trade Center disaster from that and the removal of a company name, to the Grenfell Tower, making links to the Goldsmith family, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Prince Mohammed bin Fahd of Saudi Arabia, who supposedly died last year as the exposure continued. As previously mentioned, Sherborne is relevant to the leader of Qatar, who connects in with the attacks in Israel 2023 and in relation to the Manchester Arena bombing of 2017. Oh, a lot of talking. Right. That's what I've done. So clearly the investigation was massively compromised in relation to Princess Diana, at the very least. At the worst case scenario, which I think we all have to consider in this, is she was murdered for something that she was finding out in relation to this, and she was potentially going to expose. We have to seriously consider it. Now, do I move on to the research of Michael Jackson? I'm just going to come to some questions first, because there might be a lot of questions. Julie, good move. Sometimes science. Right, let's go back. If you've got any questions, put them on there, please, and I will try and answer them. In fact, I'm just going to stay on the bottom of the messages. Any new questions coming in now, I'll answer if you've got any. That's big news. It's massive news. Vanessa Garrett, yeah, we'll do Michael Jackson in a minute. Just try and keep the numbers up then. Any other questions? I'll just give it a minute or two. If anyone's got any questions, let me know. If not, we're going to move on to Michael Jackson. Rockefellers, yep, they're involved in this. I've only come across the Rockefellers twice in all of my research, though, by stumbling across them. I haven't researched them. One of them was in linked to Jeffrey Epstein and the Lockerbie bombing research, where the suspect links back into Pan Am American Airwaves and Raytheon. Oh, battery's low. Hold on. Bear with me. I've got some milk's gone everywhere. Well, not everywhere, luckily, just a little bit. I didn't put the lid on properly. I hope I'm going to survive this, guys, live this out. I don't know. It'd be nice if I could see the other side of this somehow. It would be nice to see the new world. I don't think there's going to be a nuclear war. I don't think anything bad's going to happen, because I think they're starting to realise that it's over. Their system's going to be over. They're probably weighing up. There's a lot of people saying there's a lot of movements into tunnels. So whether they're going to go and run and hide in their tunnel systems, but if they are and they'll be listening to this, I think what's going to happen, guys, to you, and I don't want, as evil as this all seems, I don't want anyone to be harmed and killed in this, and I'm sorry if that upsets people. There needs to be justice, but I think what's going to happen in those tunnels is they will be flooded, and I think everyone will reach their demise. If you go and hide in those tunnel systems to get away from this and save yourselves from being truthful, I actually think you're going to end up reaching your demise anyway. And I think that's why Exborn Manor actually translates into stay out of the water. Where my investigations began, it translates into Exborn Manor when I translated it in one word frontwards, one word backwards, and it came back as stay out of the water. I actually checked it, did that, and verified that's what it was coming back as. Well, I just need to. So you need to. The only way you're going to be saved, everybody, I believe, spiritually, is you all need to come out with the truth, and that is that you've had a criminal system in place, at the very least, that has been facilitating the laundering of money in relation to the crimes against children, international conflicts, international terrorism, drug trafficking, a harming of people. At the very least, and I'm not going to stop until we get that at least coming out as the truth. And you have to then, if you're involved in it, face the consequences of what that may mean for you. There is no other option, everybody. Right, oh, got the wrong one on charge. Rupert Lowe, right, I've just got my phone on charge. Cool, that's lucky, 3%. Hopefully it won't die. Rupert Lowe is compromised. Compromised. You can't trust any of them unless they're coming out with the truth. My advice is you can't trust any of them. They all need to be gone. All right, not harmed, not, they need to be removed from a position of influence. Now, if someone's going to come out and start talking about this and the truth, then I will obviously be listening to them, and I will be paying great attention. Until then, I'm not even really watching a lot of what people are saying, because I don't trust anybody in terms of anyone with a platform, unless they're going to be talking about this. Gary, you need to get a flat. You need to get a flat out. You need to stay warm. You're allowed free speech, so no one is going to come and hunt you down. Thank you. I'm okay at the moment. I just need to keep. I'm just a bit uncomfortable, but I'm okay. I can deal with it. Don't worry about. People need to stop worrying about me, and they need to worry about their family in all of this and what might happen if we don't resolve this. Because let's face it, if what the evidence shows is true, then there's not going to be a future for anything or anyone. So potentially. Respect, Gary. I do send letters, but nobody listens. Oh, thank you, Archie. You're still drinking dairy milk. Animal abuse of the highest degree. Yes, I do drink milk, and I love cheese. So yes, I'm not a vegan, but I don't eat meat. Gary, the crazy part is you don't explain what one single link is. You're just listening to famous people and events. The point is meant to you live in it. Goodbye. The evidence is obvious, everybody. So goodbye. us. 100%. It's not what they say, it's what they don't say. It's not just about that. It is, yeah, that's a big part of it as well, Nicola. But it's also what's happening as the exposure happens that tells us this is what it's all about. You know, you've got the Freemasons now. They're having to disclose whether they're Freemasons. So what they're trying to limit damage by making it look as though they're doing something. This is why you've got Rupert Lowe coming in and saying what he's saying, but he's not actually giving the real truth in it all. He's not actually saying what the real problem is he? All right, which is this international criminal system of fraud that deliberately allows the laundering of money in relation to crimes against children, conflicts, terrorism and drug trafficking. You know, until they come out and say that, you literally cannot trust any of them. You cannot trust any of them. It's worth trillions of pounds. And, you know, they're on the verge of enslaving all of humanity into a system that humanity won't be able to get out of and probably will not even survive with all of this. So, you know, what was I going to say? Can't remember. It's gone. And, yeah, not only that, it's, you know, it's the fact that all of these police reports are being submitted, not one response. None of the emails are being responded to. You know, they're all ignoring it. So this is a very dangerous time because they will be thinking, what can we do about this? What can we do? A lot of them will be saying, well, you know, let's just make the world for ourselves. Let's get rid of as many of them as we can. We need to depopulate anyway. So this is now, we need to do it. You know, you're going to be having a lot of that. It could be on the 1st of March, information's floating around that they're going to activate a depopulation event. Now, if they do that, there's one place they're going to end up spiritually, that's for sure. You know, and this is why people need to be acting. Exactly what Elon would say. He's not going to come online and say, yeah, I'm loaded. Jake and Dino's Chapman, Gary, did you research them? No. Jake and Dino's Chapman. I've got so many things still I haven't had a chance to research. I've just screenshotted it. I can't remember if I did before. I haven't even looked at the screenshots I've taken yet. It'd be great if other people could do some more research and send it, but their PSC on Company's House was Backstage Enterprises until I exposed them, and they dissolved last year. Ricky Dearman is on the books. Oh, well done. Fantastic, Kaylee. PSC on Company's House. They pay hundreds for YouTube presenters. They have been controlling the space from the start. Yeah, absolutely. They've thought about this to position everybody that's got a big platform is pretty much going to be part of this, all right? And like I said, don't trust anyone that's not talking about the fraud, because it gives them that ability to steer the agenda and the narrative and control the outcome of all of this. You know, what we really need to do is get the control in or the management of the direction of where this is going to lead in the right trajectory by the innocents. If we don't do that, then they're going to steer it into the agenda for those that aren't innocent in this, aren't they? Well, we can presume they're going to, unless they have a massive revelation and they actually look at everything we're doing here and they say, you know, we better do the right thing and we've got to do what Gary's saying. Now, you know, I still believe that's possible, that they're going to come out with the truth. It's the only real option, really, or the only right option, shall we say. Otherwise, I think, and I think they've left it too long anyway, but the longer they leave it, I think the less chance they're going to have of any spiritual redemption in all of this. Actually, a good point, saying that links to that doesn't really explain how. That's why you need the document. Have you asked for the document? Pushing poopy. No, you haven't. No, you haven't, because you're probably compromised, I'm sorry to say. A lot of people will have the previous document and you can verify everything I'm saying. So, and I have said how it links to it. I've said it links directly into it, which means it's on the incorporation document or connected to a director of that company. No, I'm really skint. Is away console. No friends anymore. I'm Amsterdam. Oh, great to have you here. In Gangs, New York, an outcast. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Gary, I'll leave you a link after the stream. I'm not allowed to post it here, but it's an 8 hours documentary, very interesting. I won't have time to watch it. I've got to be honest with you. Unless it's talking about Company's House. I get sent so many videos. I can't, because all of my time has to go into putting the document and then circulating the document out. It's so time consuming. You won't succeed until you refuse to partake in that animal slavery and torture. We can testify to this personally. I say this with humble, grounded humility and lied experience. It's all in the Bible. They would have so much info, Gary. The trouble is, what else is in the Bible, in the Old Testament, is the crimes against the children. And it looks as though, according to another lady, and it does potentially appear to be the case, that you've got people thinking the Bible says it's okay to kill children. I mean, they're still drinking the blood of Christ, claiming it's the blood of Christ and the body of Christ in churches. I'm close to citizens arresting a solicitor who has defrauded my sister and I. I'll keep you up posted. Yeah, please do, Andy. Well done. That's what it needs. Make sure you publicise it everywhere and do it right. I hope you got my document to give you an idea on the script to use. The documents will be going out again soon, the updated document, which will have all of the Michael Jackson stuff in it, I'm going to tell you in a minute, and the Princess Diana stuff and everything else as well. Checked out Rupert Lowe. Have you seen the video he's put out and what he's going to do? No, I haven't actually. I've seen a couple of... I haven't seen something that would require an OMG moment that you put. So, okay. Is he talking about the Company's House fraud? Or is it bad? What do you think? I'm presuming you're saying it's good. I don't know. Agree with Jake. You need to not engage with the rape and torture of mothers and babies yourself, brother. All sentient beings. That's the key. Make any allowance we use. Done my family tree in 1700s. Gary, they are psychos. They listen to the voices in their heads. They won't change their tune. Well, if nothing was going to ever change, then we wouldn't have all of the dissolution of the companies and the movements and the resignations and people realising they, So there's obviously something going on. There's obviously some potential changes going on. Otherwise, those sorts of things wouldn't be happening, would they? Gary, they're all pushing PPGs, get milked emotionally, spiritually, physically, etc. Questions. Have you looked into Nicole Kidman's father at all? Gary Anthony Kidman. He bought MK Ultra to Australia. No, I haven't. But I will try and do that. I'll screenshot it. Gary, we spoke on the phone. 22. You know all my details. Well, don't forget, I've lost my WhatsApp. I can't use WhatsApp, so I won't have a lot of details. And emails may have gone. What I'm finding is I'm getting a lot of deliberate emails filling up all of my emails, and I'm running out of space as well, so I'm having to then delete emails to be able to have space there. Probably all deliberate, I would think. How's Gordon Ramsay involved? So he's linked into the criminal companies via various companies, actually. When you search his name, there's Hell's Kitchen links into it as well, and it looks like other family members of his linking into the international fraud. Now, Hell's Kitchen makes a link into the research of the Church of Satan via the wife of the high priest of the Church of Satan. Now, I believe they're making it look like Satan deliberately because that fits the falsified prophecies moving forward. But I think we've probably got a hidden group or someone trying to make it not seem as obvious that's them. A lot of people are talking about the Sabbatian Frankists and a German Jewish black background. Now, there's definite German Jewish background in what I'm exposing. And if I get a chance, I'll do a live on the Bray B'nai organisation that's really massive in this, which connects to George Soros and links back into the Society of the Knights of the Round Table and lots more. Well, I'm going to do the research because it's getting late. We'll just talk about Michael Jackson. Hopefully I've got it on here. I'll take the screenshots. Yep, Michael Jackson, Sony, Mottola, the death inquiry. After many Epstein documents appeared to be released in 2026, speculation rose that singer Michael Jackson may have been killed due to trying to expose the crimes within the music industry, with specific focus appearing to be, from what I've seen, on Tommy Mottola. Research shows that Thomas Daniel Mottola, born 1948, is an American businessman, record executive and television producer. Mottola is the chairman of the Mottola Media Group, co-founder of Entertain Studios and founding partner of Range Media Partners. He served as chairman and CEO of Sony Entertainment, parent company of the Columbia label, for nearly 15 years. Since 2020, he has been married to a Mexican actress, singer Talia. Now, I've only done a little bit of research surrounding him, and this is just the bit I've done. A company's house search. So this is the person that, and I've seen a little video, if it's real, of Michael Jackson calling him the devil. All right, and there was speculation that it led to his death. Anyway, it shows that Entertain You Limited, same spelling, was incorporated in 2014 and dissolved in 2016, the same year that the Pizzagate scandal started to become exposed, and Donald Trump was positioned, and a ritual appeared to have taken place at CERN. It has Pitalis Gills Christ LLP on its incorporation document that I had not seen previously, and I still need to research that. Ashwin Bedi is the only director for the company and connects to 12 companies. Including Archie Hall Management Company Limited, where they had been appointed on the 1st of April 2007, just over a month before Madeleine McCann went missing. The company was incorporated in 1988 and critically has Nigel Leonard Blood of 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, and the London Law Agency on its incorporation document, making immediate, critical and major connections to areas of the fraud, including immediately to Elon Musk via the exact name on his, right, I'm explaining to you how it's connecting. Okay, Nigel Leonard Blood is on the incorporation document for one of Elon Musk's companies, where he's connected straight to it. Hopefully that explains it enough. Nigel Leonard Blood is also on the incorporation document for Stephen Hawking, the scientist who was studying the expansion of the universe, which links to the Church of Satan and the apparent plan to create a black hole on Earth in all of this using the Collider technology. So hopefully that explains it enough for you. So that exact name links to both of those people and now exactly to this company. The London Law Agency, that's also on this incorporation document, so we've got the name and a company. There's various information on an incorporation document, so you can show variations of links to a particular company. The London Law Agency on this incorporation document of the company that we're looking at from Mottola is exactly the same company linking to Keir Starmer. And that's because the London Law Agency is on Keir Starmer's incorporation document where he was a director, right? The Death Penalty Project Limited. That links immediately to the Madeleine McCann company via Bates, Wells and Braithwaite, that is on the incorporation document and within the people record of the Death Penalty Project Limited. And then it's in the people record of the Madeleine's Fund leaving no stone unturned. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's is on the incorporation document, linking all of this together of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which links all areas of the fraud together. All right, Bates, Wells and Braithwaite was the defence lawyer that P. Diddy used for the investigation against him. All right, Bates, Wells and Braithwaite makes major connections. It links immediately to AstraZeneca PLC because it is on the incorporation document for Cancer Research UK, and so is AstraZeneca PLC. Okay. Also so I'm telling you exactly how it connects. On the incorporation document for Cancer Research UK, you also have Lloyd's Bank Companies. If you look on page 40 of the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, you have Lloyd's Bank Companies, the same ones. Okay, they're all connected anyway, but Lloyd's Bank Companies. I acquired forged Lloyd's Bank documents via Exbourne Manor, okay, that had been created by an employee on the Treasury Department of Lloyd's Bank. See how it all connects? I can't explain it any easier than that. All right. When I was a child, my mother's friend, her husband worked for Lloyd's Bank, and I was taken to a Lloyd's Bank in the evening when it was closed. I remember. And going there, and it will be now because my mum is massively implicated in all of this, or they did it deliberately for me to expose all of this at the right time. I have to consider that. Hopefully that connection that I've just said is enough for the London Law Agency. Now, Keir Starmer resigned from the Death Penalty Project Limited on the 5th of April 2020 during the COVID outbreak. That's the exact same day that the founder of the London Law Agency, that is on the incorporation document for the Death Penalty Project Limited, died. He died on that day. I've got an article confirming it. Obviously, that's not long after the whole COVID situation. It was January 2020 that Prince Harry suddenly left for America after it appears a few months earlier he had worn the skin of Madeleine McCann in his shoes at the time that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in July 2019, when a protest took place in Wuhan in China regarding an incinerator plant. And incinerators can be used to dispose of bodies. And it was the month afterwards, in August, that Jeffrey Epstein supposedly died in prison. And at the same month, cell towers were erected in Wuhan in China. And it was December that the outbreak happened. And January, Harry suddenly runs off to America. He's massively linked into the international fraud, into the companies. Travelist is one of them. There's other ones. There's other connections all being made to Prince Harry, to Prince William, to Charles. Multiple connections to Kate Middleton. They're all in on it, everybody. So where were we? So Nigel Leonard Blood now linking in from Mottola. Okay, that links to the research of Michael Jackson and what he was saying. And it links to Madeleine McCann and a doomsday cult and Julian Assange. And you need the document really to see all of it, but it's there. It's all immediate, the connections. So again, I will explain the connection for you. So Julian father's dad, John Shipton, when you search his name, connects immediately to Chris Batten. Chris Batten is my father-in-law's financial advisor. He connects via a company to Deborah Fleming, who was the person that initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor. Okay, on her name in the people record of a company making that connection. Her name, exactly. I hope I'm really getting this clear. Within one or two companies from there, you have David Sidwick, who was the police and crime commissioner for Dorset, and in the people record. Their name is in the people record to a company connected to Deborah Fleming from that people record I've just told you about, within one or two companies. The police and crime commissioners connect to the Savile Club via its directors almost immediately. The Association of the Police and Crime Commissioners. That was started in 2012, the same year that CERN discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. 3 months prior to that, Jeffrey Epstein was involved in a meeting with CERN scientists and Stephen Hawking, which now links to Michael Jackson. And that meeting was less than 3 months before CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson particle, where we have to consider, with all of the evidence, it looks as though they were trying to create a black hole on Earth. because you have an article saying that Stephen Hawking was trying to create a black hole on Earth using CERN. The Mayan calendar ended in 2012. The Mayan calendar speculated that the end of the world would occur with a black hole being created at the center of the galaxy. When the relativistic heavy ion collider, the second collider that's active in the world, was starting to be built in 1991, the same year that David Icke said the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis, and he's linked to the intelligence agencies, and earthquakes and tsunamis would lead into a falsified tribulation event on Earth leading up to the end of all of creation. Scientists came out and said, you do realise you could create a black hole on Earth with the technology that you're building. And they went ahead and built and carried on building the relativistic heavy ion collider in New York that was then activated in 2000, the year before the World Trade Center disaster. For the first time they activated it. The one in Geneva they activated in 2008 after they built it. So this is all connects in. Do I need to explain that in any clearer? Let me think. Do I need to? I'm trying to think. So the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners links almost immediately to the Savile Club, which was a strip club, a gentleman's club, a men-only club, started in the 1800s, which links into the research of Jimmy Savile. That links to the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners via a director. Okay, you also have then a connection to CERN via some directors into another company, and now they are scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners after this evidence was exposed publicly. Remember, my document is being sent to Keir Starmer, to members of the government, to the police organisations, to multiple MPs. Right, let's get back. So Julian Assange, just so I'm explaining this, was part of a doomsday cult linking to one of his mother's partner. This was a cult called the Family in Australia. It connects to crimes against children, according to an article, and properties in Kent, where I was born. At the time of the Christchurch earthquake in February 2011, Julian Assange was in Kent. In Kent. And the research from somebody that was assisting with his bail connects immediately via a Company's House record to an address right near Exbourne Manor, 3.5 hours away from Kent. And that exact address connects to Tommy Robinson and the research of the Grenfell Tower fire. Exact address, not even the same road, the same actual building. And from there is when you find loads of connections into a Trump. There's a Trump name linking to the Egypt company that I told you about earlier. There's loads more. You need the document. So before anyone says, you need to request the document, everyone, and you can check and verify absolutely everything I'm saying through the document. So anyway, let's get back to Michael Jackson. So they had been appointed on the 1st of April 2007, just over a month before Madeleine McCann went missing. The company was incorporated in 1988, the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and has Nigel Leonard Blood, 84 Temple Chambers. And that address makes multiple connections on incorporation documents to other areas of the fraud, including My Dream, that links to McDonald's restaurant, okay, via a company that was actually located right by a McDonald's restaurant that I went to. The address where this links to was where I worked with my dad, and it's right by a McDonald's restaurant that I was taken to as a kid, all right, at 2 parties. And My Dream was in a McDonald's restaurant that looked as though I was at a party, and that led to the 9th Circle and loads of other research in relation to the crimes against the children. Anyway, getting back to this. So Nigel Leonard Blood. The research of Jackson's death states that on June the 25th, 2009, the American singer Michael Jackson died of acute propofol intoxication in Los Angeles, California, at the age of 50. His personal physician, Conrad Murray, where have you heard the name Murray before? We're going to come to that in a minute. Said that he found Jackson in his bedroom at his North Carrollwood Drive home in the Holmby Hills area of the city, not breathing and with a weak pulse. He administered cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, to no avail, and security called 911 at 12:21 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Paramedics treated Jackson at the scene, but he was pronounced dead at the Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center in Westwood. On August 28, 2009, the Los Angeles Deputy County Department of Medical Examiner concluded that Jackson's death was a homicide. Jackson had been administered propofol and anti-anxiety benzodiazepines, oh my goodness, lorazepam, and some other medication by his doctor. Murray was convicted of involuntary manslaughter in November 2011. This is when the phone hacking scandal, which is all related to this in the UK, right, linking with the Daniel Morgan murder, the death of Millie Dowler, and loads of other stuff happened. And he was released in 2013 after serving 2 years of his 4-year prison sentence with time off for good behaviour, the year after CERN discovered the Higgs boson particle. Jackson's death was almost 3 months to the day before the creation of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that connects most areas of the fraud, and where I'd become a director of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited less than 2 weeks prior to that. Murray was convicted a month before the death of Jimmy Savile. He was apparently released in 2013, the year after claims made by CERN of the discovery of the God particle. A search of Conrad Murray company's house through Google reveals a person of that name connected to 2 companies, including Attic Theatre Company Limited, where they were appointed in January 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception. The company was incorporated in 1984 and had been dissolved in 2021. Now, so this appointment was prior to me uncovering the international fraud, okay? So they've linked a suspect, potential suspect, to this, hold on, let me get that right. Yeah, so they were appointed in January 2019. On the lead up to the COVID deception. The company was incorporated in 1984 and had been dissolved in 2021. So that's after I'd moved back into Exbourne Manor, but I hadn't actually established anything in relation to the fraud at that point. So it might be because I'd moved back, possibly that started triggering some changes if they knew something about me particularly. It connects immediately to the fraud and to the research of the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry by Interchange Legal Advisory Service, and it also has Wilkinson's of an address of Queen's Road, Wimbledon, on its incorporation document. Royal references are used in addresses throughout the research of the fraud. Robin Scott Belfield, interesting name. Belfield is also surname for Levi Belfield, involved in the phone hacking connection to Millie Dowler, which also links in. There's connections into the Russell murders in Chillenden in Kent as well in all of this, and it all ties in again with the Dunblane massacre, which we're going to come to in a minute, and loads of other stuff. Anyway, Robert Scott Belfield connects Attic Theatre Limited, the one we were looking at, to Queen Elizabeth Scholarship Trust Limited, that was incorporated in December 2012 after CERN claimed to have discovered the God particle. Its registered address is 1 Buckingham Place, London, almost Palace, but Place. It connects immediately to the fraud and the association of the police and crime commissioners immediately all right, because it's got Bertram Dyson Bell on its incorporation document. Bertram Dyson Bell is on the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of the Association of the Police and Crime Commissioners that I've just been telling you about. It was created the same year as the Higgs boson or God particle in 2012. Okay, Bertram Dyson Bell, the exact same company, of 50 Broadway in London, on the incorporation documents connecting these two companies. Okay, page 13 and 14 of its incorporation document is where it shows them, so you can go and check it. I can't be any more specific than that. Page 13 and 14, Bertram Dyson Bell. Then go and look at the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. You'll notice the same company and the same address. This also makes quick connections to Jimmy Savile and CERN as shown elsewhere in the document. And there's loads of that address, 50 Broadway, also makes other critical connections throughout the fraud in the document. So then you just search 50 Broadway and you'll see where it is in the document, tying into murders, deaths and all sorts, terrorism. So we have this Queen's Company. Remember, this is called the Queen Elizabeth Scholarship Trust Limited, that now links immediately to the Association of the Police and Crime Commissioners. That's already been linked to Jimmy Savile. That's already been linked to CERN. Adrian Jonathan Atwood connects Attic Theatre Company Limited to various restoration companies, and also to DBR Leadwork Limited, lead, that was incorporated in 2008 and makes immediate connections to important parts of the fraud by Bhardwaj, a name PLC, and the name Ashok Bhardwaj on its incorporation document. These exact names feature in the research on the incorporation documents of the cloud spraying, okay, by a company that Andrew Bridgen mentioned that I researched. He claims was involved in spraying the clouds, potentially poisoning everyone. This name is on that company's incorporation document, the exact same name, and the company. It's not even just the same company; it's the same name, same person's name. Everybody on its incorporation document. Not only does it feature in the research of the cloud spraying, but it also links directly to the American Defense Contract Audit Agency research, and I believe, I have to check it, I think it's on the incorporation document, and I established that stemming from the research of the shooter in the Las Vegas shooting, the biggest mass shooting in the United States history. He used to work for the Defense Contract Audit Agency. The Defense Contract Audit Agency is what it's called. It also connects to via, okay, company links through directors very quickly, and incorporation document connections to my former colleague, Guy Briscoe, my friend and colleague from the Las Vegas shooting. He also connects almost immediately from his name record to the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry via a name that is on the incorporation document that links straight to Ricky Dearman, and where he was a director for a company with the same exact name on the incorporation document as my colleague, of the research coming in from my colleague. My colleague also connects to Harold Shipman, the serial killer in the United Kingdom. So Guy Briscoe was positioned around me for this, or because of this. Explains why he acted the way he did. Why he then I was sending all of the evidence to everyone, all of my friends. They then just came off the messages. All came off them because they're involved. All positioned around me. So we have these names linking to the Las Vegas shooting, to the cloud spraying, to my friend, to Harold Shipman, to the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry. It links to the Dunblane massacre immediately via that research, and the research of Andrew Murray's family. So Andrew Murray was at the Dunblane massacre and survived it. I'd already received information suggesting suggesting that Thomas Hamilton, the supposed shooter for that, was acquiring children for certain individuals in relation to child trafficking crimes against children. The research around Andrew Murray and his mother is massive, linking almost immediately into the Satanic Temple, United Kingdom, and into the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. So now we have to consider, because we have this link now to Murray, we also have a connection from this to the Concorde disaster. Right, so coming from this company, it links via directors and via names on incorporation documents to the Concorde disaster research, where I've come in and researched Concorde companies. It makes that connection. It also makes a connection to the research of the Dorf. We're all coming in from this one company, the Attic Theatre, makes links into now via directors and which is in the People Record, and via names on the incorporation documents, okay, to Amanda Pearson, who was positioned as the Chief Constable of Dorset Police after Scott Chilton resigned. Scott Chilton resigned on the very day that I publicised the evidence in relation to the Satanic Temple, United Kingdom. He resigned that day. Got to be deliberate. They've got to have wanted me to believe it was satanic, or to get me to continue to expose all of this somehow. Amanda Pearson links to the skin-related companies and Clinton companies, appearing to make a possible reference to the Pizzagate scandal. This company also links to the major entertainment companies, including members of Wham, via it's the Wham companies and Simon Le Bon, and other skin companies that then feature, and that's coming in from Amanda Pearson, the new Chief Constable of Dorset Police. It also links into the COVID response AIDS research that then connects in with the Cray twins and Lord Boothby, the Cray twins associated with my family. Make via the AIDS connections, via the directors and the incorporation documents, it links to Angelina Jolie, who adopted a child, it looks like, through the child trafficking network. And there was a scandal surrounding Angelina Jolie as well, which is all featured in my document. And this all links now into the murder of Jill Dando, which again, we've got the research around her death, which the inquiry goes straight into it again. And guess who did the inquiry for her death? The same person that did the inquiry in relation to the Daniel Morgan death. Completely compromised, connected to all of the international government that's going on. So it then links into the Vatican and connects to the research of the Birmingham Six and the IRA deception via this as well. And that's from the Duke of York's theatre, and therefore is relative to Prince Andrew, potentially, being the Duke of York. With this information, we have to consider that Conrad Murray may be related to Andrew Murray's family, who are extremely significant, as shown in the research of the Dunblane massacre. This lead and restoration element that we've just seen from these companies could relate to the threat of directed energy and the removal of lead paint from exemptions for graded listed buildings, as shown elsewhere. Ian Lowry Cole McLean connects Attic Theatre. Remember, this is where Conrad Murray is connected to. Connects Attic Theatre Company London Limited to UK Fashion and Textile Association Limited. It was incorporated as British Clothing Industry. Clothing Industry Association in 1981. And its name was changed for the only time on the 4th of June 2009, 3 weeks before Jackson's death. It has 3 Queen Square as its registered address. Elizabeth Pamela Fox connects UK fashion, this company, to the National Children's Wear Association of Great Britain and Ireland. It was incorporated in 1961, same year that Waterlow and Sons was acquired by the main currency producer De La Rue, and John F. Kennedy became the President of the United States. Now, interestingly, you know, I say he wasn't murdered, was or wasn't, and I'm on the line, but there's a picture with him with Lord Mountbatten, who is the uncle, I believe, of Charles, King Charles. Lord Mountbatten was the, I can't remember what position, but he's massively linked to the Isle of Wight. And the Isle of Wight is where Marconi erected the first mobile communication tower in 1898, and that he links to the Vatican. And Marconi families connecting, remember I said about my brother-in-law earlier, linking Elon Musk, you have Marconi links there, which links straight to Jeffrey Epstein, straight into the international fraud, into Elon Musk as well. And the Isle of Wight is also important because it's where Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive for Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset. And the MP for the Isle of Wight set up the informal parliamentary UK Island group, where Ghislaine Maxwell is immediately connected to that group. And this is where obviously islands are important, UK tax havens. Also, it ties in with the islands, Jeffrey Epstein, Richard Branson having islands, etc. And JFK became the US. Its name was changed for the only time, according to its overview, in October 2007 on the 2000, sorry, 2000 on the leader. Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong date. It should be October 2019. And it dissolved in March 2024 as the exposure continued. Oh, sugar. Bear with me. Sharon, oh, it has a forged register. Right, so there's crime all the way through this as well, by the way. You know, it's not just a case of links and connections. There's fraud all the way through this. Literally, we are living under a completely criminal system because of this. So it has a forged register, making it a legal, an illegal entity. Sharon Elizabeth Beyer connects the National Children's Wear Association of Great Britain and Ireland to Children's Buyer Limited. It was incorporated in 1999. Now you can imagine what I thought when I saw Children's Buyer. And we've actually got a company, well, we've got all, don't forget, we've already seen the People Trafficking Foundation or whatever it's called. Well, I've already also seen a company called Child Traffic Limited or something like that. The Child Traffic Company Limited or something, that links to Tesco's and to the former Minister for former Minister for Police and Crime, Chris Philp. And that links to the Israel attacks again from that research of that child traffic club. So we have Children's Buyer Limited that was incorporated in 1999, the same year as the re-establishment of the Church of Satan. It connects immediately to the fraud by Temple Secretaries, A1 Company Services, and 788 to 790 Finch Road on its incorporation document. This is a company called Children's Buyer Limited. Anthony Peter Ridgewood connects this company to Loughborough Masonic Centre, making a Masonic connection again. And they also link to Barrymore's International Limited. You can see where I'm going to be going with that in a minute. It was incorporated as Barrymore's UK Limited on the 27th of October 1997, 4 days before Princess Diana's death, and changed its name on the 31st of March 1998. It dissolved in 2010 and is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the exact same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigations began. So you'll notice the Barrymore connection. Research shows that Michael Clarion Parker born 1952, known by his stage name as Michael Barrymore, is an English comedian, influencer, and a former television presenter of game shows and light entertainment programs on British television in the 1980s, 90s, and 2000s. These included Strike It Lucky, My Kind of People, My Kind of Music, Kids Say the Funniest Things, and his own show Barrymore. In 1993, he headlined the Royal Variety Performance. A company South search shows Michael Barrymore's published real name connected to two companies, including MBD London Limited, that he had been appointed to in 2013 when the company had been incorporated as well. It connects immediately to the fraud by Rayner Essex LLP of an address of Tavistock House, South Tavistock Square, London. And it's because that address is used throughout the fraud, making multiple connections on the incorporation documents or in their registered address, which means you can make the connection to the centralized criminal network. The same record also connects to Made by Dave Limited, where Barrymore, by his other name, was appointed in March 2012 when the company was incorporated, and the month before Jeffrey Epstein appears to have held a meeting with Stephen Hawking and CERN scientists, less than 3 months before CERN claims to have discovered the God particle. The company dissolved on the 19th of August 2025 as the exposure continued, and connects to major areas of the fraud by an address of Kemp House, 162 to 164 City Road on its incorporation document. That address on its incorporation documents or through company registers connects to the World Trade Center disaster very, very quickly via World Trade Center companies and to the research of Madeleine McCann. A separate search for MBD, remember this company that Barrymore's record is actually linked to under his publicized real name, because that was only a stage name, Barrymore, was MBD, what was it? MBD London Limited. A separate search for MBD reveals that MBD Limited was incorporated in March 2002, the year after the World Trade Center disaster, and it dissolved in 2023 as I was escalating the exposure of the fraud. It is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, and makes the connection back to Barrymore's International Limited, identified from the research of Michael Jackson. A separate search shows that Michael Parker Limited was incorporated, because his real name's Michael Parker, was incorporated in January 2022 as I was making early inquiries at Exborn Manor, and is shown as being in the process of being struck, interesting, strike it lucky, struck from the register. It has that means they're getting rid of it. It has Companies Made Simple on its incorporation document, making the link to the research of the paedophile information exchange and the World Trade Center disaster. And that is because that exact same company is shown on an incorporation document linking to the National Council for Civil Liberties, which was affiliated to the paedophile information exchange. When you connect that company, it goes to Westco nominees immediately. Westco nominees, they removed the name from the incorporation document. Major fraud. And that's because Westco nominees links to Silverstein Real Estate, which links to Larry Silverstein and the World Trade Center disaster, where he received a Liberty Grant fund after the collapse of the World Trade Center. And it was the only time that they changed hands, when he became the owner, the leaseholder or shareholder. A name of T. Hui Lee is shown as the only director for this company, and a separate search for that name reveals a duplicate record connected to Omit Engineering Limited that was incorporated on the 7th of October 2025, 6 days after I was released from prison. It has a registered address of Loughborough of 23 the Mill Waterside Village, Falcon Street, with Loughborough being where the previous Masonic company was located, connected to Barrymore's International from the research of Michael Jackson. So I'm just showing how it's linking back in to that previous research. Stuart Lubbock died at the house of Michael Barrymore, and he was born in '69 and died on the 31st of March 2001. And he was an English meat factory worker. This becomes critical, bearing in mind what we're talking about: the children, potential skinning alive, potential them being put into the food chain after they've been skinned. Well, he died under suspicious circumstances at the home of television personality Michael Barrymore on the 31st of March 2001, on the lead up to the World Trade Center disaster. And remember, the new high priest of the Church of Satan was positioned that same year. Barrymore and two others present, James Futers and Simon Shaw, reported finding Lubbock unconscious in the swimming pool of Barrymore's home in Roydon, Essex. Earlier that morning, Lubbock was discovered by the examining pathologist to have suffered serious anal injuries with traces of ecstasy, cocaine and alcohol in his blood. Barrymore's television career effectively ended as a result of the police investigation and legal action around the case. As it was escalating the exposure of the fraud, articles emerged that police would never stop their inquiries in relation to the death of Lubbock. So they were basically trying to say, yeah, because they were concerned about what might be coming out, no doubt. A Companies House search shows a Companies House search for Stuart Lubbock reveals a John William Stuart Lubbock. Okay, slightly different. Remember, no verification, false details being used, variations of names being used. Bear with me. And he was appointed to 16 Glendale Street Limited in November 2022, as I was escalating inquiries at Exbourne Manor. So again, this could have been a positioning of a deceased person to make us think that the death was not real. All right, that Lubbock was actually in on this. So, but I think some of the, they could be trying to hide some and make it seem as though some are fake. The company had been incorporated in 2008 and connects immediately to the fraud and the research of Jeffrey Epstein and other key individuals by First Class Company Services on its incorporation document. And that's because First Class Company Services is on the incorporation document linking to these key individuals. Okay. Nina Parnaby connects 16 Glendale Street, this company that we're looking at, to 8 companies, including D-Ream Global Limited. It was incorporated in 2017 after the Pizzagate scandal being exposed and Donald Trump was being positioned. Michael Dennis Loney connects this company to 17, including Little Youth Limited. Various German companies, Lufthansa LT, I presume they're German actually, I don't know, I haven't checked. Lufthansa Musik Limited, Intensive Care Management, was incorporated in March 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception, and it dissolved in July 2024 as I was releasing the evidence of the adrenochrome, the blood of tortured children, tying into the fraud. He also connects to RobbieWilliams.com Limited, making multiple connections to singer Robbie Williams, who had already been connected immediately to Ingenious Film Partners 2, that is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation, of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, and links almost immediately to Richard Knighton, who is the head of the military that was positioned in 2025. This obviously leads back into the centralised criminal connection to the entertainment industry and the initial research of Michael Jackson, because it has all been centralised, everybody, via to the entertainment industry. A search for James Futers, one of the others with Barrymore at the time of discovering Lubbock's body on Companies House through Google, reveals Michael Rogers Futers, born in 1958, 6 years younger than Michael Barrymore, according to the publicised date of birth of Barrymore, and is connected to 3 companies, including St James Centre Derby Limited, that was incorporated to and connects immediately to the research of the head of the military, Richard Knighton, again via the names in the incorporation documents or on the in the people record, or on the incorporation documents. So we have the link to the military, the research of Lubbock, and that's by a company called ICOM, ICOM, which is on its incorporation document, and it's on the incorporation document for one of Richard Knighton's companies, and they forged the documents with it. All right, you can tell because it looks as though it's been put over information, and you can even see the other information sticking out from behind it on the incorporation document. So they forged it, and this same company links to the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners again, because it's on an incorporation document connected to what's her name, Alison Lowe, who is linked to the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. And during my criminal court case, bear with me. During my criminal court case, they used Alison Lowe, that same person, for the court case against me, or tried to. Now, she is linked to criminal leads companies as well, a fraudulent criminal Citizens Advice Bureau company, I think it is. It's either Citizens Advice or, I think it's a Citizens Advice one. Well, Leeds is where Jimmy Savile is prominent. That's where he was born. And I've also found critical connections in to the Diocese of Leeds, so the religious establishments in Leeds in all of this. Futures is shown as being a reverend in the people record. Interesting. Okay, so a reverend appearing to make a connection to the religious establishments and the falsified prophecies. Michael Ballantyne connects St James Centre Derby, the company we were looking at, to various national forest companies already featured quickly in the research of the recently announced National Police Service connected to major drug trafficking. If you're not aware, they've recently announced a National Police Service, or NPS. Okay, well, NPS Limited, a company, links immediately to people convicted. The actual full details. Now, this, I mean, is I'm either positioned, I'm someone's massively significant in this. They've either set that up deliberately to expose themselves, or, you know, I mean, that's really quite gobsmacking. The exact names of people convicted of £40 million of drug trafficking in 2002 are on this incorporation, on the people record, and on the incorporation document, I believe, some of them, for NPS Limited. Okay, which is the same initials acronym for the police service that they are just releasing. Now we have a connection to that NPS, to this that we're talking about, into Michael Jackson and into an incident of a death apparently involving drugs. Okay, and now we have this connection to a £40 million worth of drug seizure. Gavin James Freeman connects St James Centre Derby to the Multi-Faith Centre at the University of Derby, where they had been appointed in 2013 and resigned in 2023 as I escalated the exposure. Now, as I was exposing everything in 2022, in October, an interfaith world meeting took place with Pietro Parolin there. Pietro Parolin links into the research of the prophecy of the popes that says there will be a judgment and the end of time in a prophecy after the last pope. And that links, Jeff Bezos was at that meeting according to the research, and Jeff Bezos connects immediately to a Christchurch company in Dorset where I was working in the police. Now that I think they must have positioned that deliberately. I can't remember the dates or the timing. It might have been, I don't know if it was after I exposed the fraud or before. So it's all adding up to I'm someone massive in this, or they want me to believe I'm someone massive in all of this. And this isn't me having an ego, and this isn't me saying, look at me, I'm someone's I can't help what the evidence shows, can I? I can't help what all of this evidence points at, and I can't ignore what all of this evidence is suggesting. So anyway, going back to this, so we have this multi-faith company that was here, where he was appointed in 2013. It was incorporated in where he was appointed in 2013. It was incorporated in March 2000, and has Eversheds on its incorporation document. This makes major connections to the fraud and to often to police associated companies. So wherever you see Eversheds, quite often you'll see police associated companies connected right near it or right by it. This also makes connections to the information of the Vatican and the apparent blood of tortured children, again via communication that I had with Deborah Evershed, whose sister is Jane Evershed, who was working with Sasha Stone. And the research from Sasha Stone connects to what do you call it? It's gone out of my mind. Where's where all the ley lines overlap? Glastonbury. And John Cousins was the mayor of Glastonbury at the time I started my inquiries, and he is the identical spitting image, and I think it's going to be the same person as Peter Gilmore, who was positioned at the Church of Satan. And when you go in through the Glastonbury companies from him, it hits the same companies that I'd already established linked to an organisation called CYM Limited, and CYM Limited is on a document that appears to relate to the blood of tortured children around the world. Research suggests Lubbock had worked as a meat factory supervisor and butcher, in Harlow, Essex. And research indicates this is possibly Riverway Foods at that location, that is run by the Cosby family and was founded in 1971, the same year that the relevant World Economic Forum began. And Klaus Schwab, its former chair, links very, very quick, we're talking almost immediately, to Sony companies. That relates to the original research of Michael Jackson. Bear with me. Now, the head of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, announced that he was stepping down as the chair within 3 days of me sending my evidence to them. He then actually resigned on the day of the Pope's death, both 88 years old. That is not a coincidence, everybody. They were setting up the prophecy of the popes, and how I'm probably going to end up linking in with all of this somehow, or trying to make it seem as though the prophecy of the popes was going to occur. A Companies House search reveals Riverway Foods Holdings Limited that was incorporated in 2018, and it dissolved on the 7th of October 2025, 6 days after I was released from prison, and I continued the exposure. It has members of the Crosby family and an address in Essex on its incorporation document. The filing history shows that on the 1st of June 2023, CPC Foods Limited changed its details as a company of significant control. As I was escalating the exposure of the fraud, Andrew Graham Clark connects Riverway Foods Limited, Holdings Limited, to this company, CPC Foods Limited, where they resigned in October 2022. As I escalated inquiries at Exbourne Manor, and an interfaith meeting, I didn't even remember I put it here, look. An interfaith meeting took place with Pietro Parolin, shown in the research of the prophecy of the popes. The company was incorporated on the 5th of April 2011, less than less than 2 months after the Christchurch earthquake and prior to Jimmy Savile's apparent death. It has Mills and Reeve on its incorporation document that I had only noticed and documented once previously, where it was connected immediately on the via a director to the Lucy Faithfull Foundation that was established from the research of serial killer Rosemary West via a police-related company, and with the so in other words, Rosemary West's name was connected immediately to a police, literally it had police in the name, and that connected immediately to this same Mills and Reeves via one of its directors. It's the only time I've ever seen it. And this is via the research of Fred and Rose West. And the research suggests that the foundation, the Lucy Faithfull Foundation, was the only UK-based charity working to prevent crimes against children. It seems it has been inverted. It then connected immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell and the royal family via Farrer and Co, as shown elsewhere in the document. Carstane, an unusual surname, Jacobson, connects CPC Foods Limited, the one we were looking at, to 57 companies, including Fancier Quickie Limited, Danish Crown Foods Limited, and Dale Head Foods Limited, that had already featured in the research of the father of the child in the Chillenden murder in Kent, and connects immediately to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales and My Upbringing by Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP, and connecting quickly to the research of the High Priest of the Church of Satan, Dodi Al-Fayed, the Wayfair scandal, Savile Row, linking to the Beatles and possible aristocratic tailoring using children's skin at Savile Row, the case of Nicola Bulley, and much more, as shown elsewhere in the document. That is through connections made either in a company in the registered address, on the incorporation document, or via the directors. Also there, what I should have put there, you've also got a link to nuclear weapons via that, tying in with it as well, and to Dodi Al-Fayed, because Dodi Al-Fayed ties in with these bits of the research. Referring back to the research of Michael Jackson, the chief medical examiner of the coroner's office regarding Jackson's death was Lakshmanan Sathi, big long name, a really unusual spelling, I'm not going to try and say that, and the coroner investigator was Elisa Fleek. That name, big long name that I told you about, shows they were born in 1949, and they're the former chief medical examiner coroner for the county of Los Angeles. In 2016, he again took over this position on an interim basis until January 2017. So he took over when the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed again, all right? And he then stopped it in 2017 after Donald Trump was positioned. He was the medical examiner during the O.J. Simpson murder case as well, and that also connects in. There's another judge ties in with the O.J. Simpson trial, which links into one of these key things as well, where they're basically trying to keep it as tight knit as they can with people that are implicated, so that it covers it all up. That's what it appears to be the case. He also testified in the trials of Dean Carter and Phil Sector, as well as in the wrongful death suit brought against the Los Angeles Police Department by the family of Emil Matasareanu. He supervised the autopsy of the body of Michael Jackson on June, the 26th, 2009. On August the 21st, 2012, sorry. So that's August the 21st, 2012. That's the month after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson particle. He he amended Natalie Wood's death certificate and changed the cause of death from accident drowning to drowning and other undetermined factors. Now, I haven't looked into that a bit more. I need to go into that a bit more. Ooh. Sorry. Following the unexpected resignation, hold on, bear with me. Following the unexpected resignation of him, successor Mark Fajardo in March 2016, as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to appoint this person again as interim coroner. So someone suddenly, unexpectedly resigned again, dropping out. It didn't say why on this information. We can assume why though, because of everything that's now being uncovered. A company's house search for this long named person reveals R versus, and then exactly the same as his first name, presuming that's his first name. So R versus, that normally indicates a court process. R versus his first name limited. It was incorporated in 2010 and has Key Legal Services Nominees Limited of an address in Wales on page 4 of its incorporation document, making an apparent connection to the research of Hollywood actor Tom Hanks. So basically, on a research of Tom Hanks, there's an incorporation document and it has that same, exactly that same company name on its incorporation document. Now, I haven't seen that anywhere else other than Tom Hanks connection and this. Well, Tom Hanks was accused by Isaac Cappy of serious crimes against children. A separate search for Key Legal Services nominees, that company that was on the incorporation document, reveals that it has some appointments to some interesting companies, including Hot Courses Data Limited. That was incorporated in 2008 and dissolved in January 2022, as I made early inquiries at Exbourne Manor. According to my previous research that I'd done, Hot Courses, same as that, had been founded by former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt, who quickly connects to the United Nations and major connections of the criminal network. And he is now no longer the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He was one of the longest, I think the longest ever serving, and suddenly, I believe, I don't know if it was 2024, he stopped being the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Referring back to Queen Elizabeth Scholarship Trust Limited, remember we were looking at earlier, Lisa Kimberly Montague connects to 29 companies, including the Royal Mint Limited, which relates to the money side of things, where they were appointed on the 26th of September 2022, 3 weeks after the Queen's death, and they resigned on the 31st of August 2025 as the exposure continued. The company was incorporated in July 2009, the month after Michael Jackson's death, and not long before the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated, linking all or most areas of the fraud. It has a major company in the fraud, Slaughter and May, on its incorporation document, with its main company, Slaughter and May's main company, having been incorporated in 1954 and being a criminal company, and 1954 is the same year that CERN was originally founded, and the year after the Queen's coronation of 1953, which is the same year that the MK Ultra program began. Christopher James Satterthwaite is shown in the people record of Queen Elizabeth Scholarship Trust Limited and connects to 25 companies, including National Youth Orchestra of Great Britain, that was incorporated in 1984. It has a forged register and connects immediately to the fraud by Lewis Coates and Lucas on its incorporation document. Internet searches of Satterthwaite appears to make connections to religious establishments. A Reverend John Satterthwaite, exactly the same surname, had already been featured in the research of an apocalyptic deception linked to hypnotist Derren Brown, leading to criminal democratic companies, including Reform, College of Policing, a sexual scandal regarding religious establishments, and to Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Ghislaine Maxwell, and the Christchurch earthquake via the Dunkirk Memorial Trust, and much, much more. National Youth Theatre of Great Britain had already featured in the research, so this is slightly different. So we've got national, what was that one? National Youth Orchestra of Great Britain, and then we've got National Youth Theatre of Great Britain, both with the at the end in brackets, had already featured, this one had already featured in the research of the Justice Secretary David Lammy, who was positioned in September 2025, the same month that I was arrested, and I believe he was positioned specifically leading up to my staged arrest. He then came out after there was correspondence between the legal team regarding the case against me, and said a day afterwards, coming out on the news, that they would now not have jury for cases where there's a sentencing for up to 5 years. I now think it's fairly obvious that was deliberately for me, where I think they were planning on getting me in custody for the cell tower and not giving me a fair trial of my evidence, which would expose the entire system and put me away for up to 5 years. And I think that's what they were planning on doing, and possibly still are planning on doing, where I would not have a fair trial, because they know I would bring the entire system down. If I was able to go into a court, I would change the world immediately through the exposure of this fraud, and I would bring in a new system, and it would basically ensure that everyone is exposed. So we have this link, we have this same almost identical companies, they will be connected, I just haven't found it yet, to David Lammy. And through David Lammy we make links to the Titanic disaster via some companies on the incorporation documents into Belfast, and the actual company that built Titanic, which links it's immediately linked actually to JP Morgan. The company that was involved in building the Titanic is linked to JP Morgan. It was part of the JP Morgan enterprise, and the JP Morgan links to the Flemings who initiated my removal. And the Titanic, it left Hampshire in 2012, which is where the Flemings are very important in all of this. Not 2012, 1912, and then it was 100 years later in 2012 when you had the Olympic Games in the United Kingdom, where the water sports element was in Weymouth in Dorset, which is all very relevant. And this actually all ties in with Charles Dickens, which then links back into me in the research. And Charles Dickens was he born or died? I can't remember. He was born or died in 1812, so 100 years before the Titanic disaster. And there's massive connections into Charles Dickens, and I believe that is why my father was living in Rochester, which is where Charles Dickens lived. There's loads more on Charles Dickens. I'll go into it. Links in with the Knights of the Knights of the Round Table again. It links into the Garrick Club, which links into the Knights of the Round Table, the site of the Knights of the Round Table. Charles Dickens was one of the Garrick. It was either the Garrick Club or the Knights of the Round Table's first members. I can't remember which one. It's one of those, but they connect together anyway. Anyway, we've got the IRA deception linking in with this. Deborah Claire Annetz is shown in the People record of National Youth Orchestra, so the exact company we were looking at, of Great Britain, and this exact name record had already featured and quickly connects. So the exact same name record. So where we're within this company, you've got Deborah Claire Annetz. That exact record connects through a company they're connected to. Had already featured and connects to the research of the first accuser of Jeffrey Epstein, Maria Farmer, as shown elsewhere in the document. And Maria Farmer connects in loads of other ways to the research as well. Right, I think we're nearly there. We've done that. Right, it's getting quite late actually. I know we've got some people from probably. Let's have a quick look at Jill Dando inquiry. Death. Jill Dando, if you're not aware, she was shot and killed on the entrance leading up to her home address in 1999, the same year that the Church of Satan was being re-established and that Vladimir Putin was positioned towards the, if not the head of the Russian government, leading up to the collaborative, international world collaborative deception, going back into the Reformation and everything, tying into Germany, the Vatican, and in the World War deception. Okay, Jill Dando's death. And by the way, the inquiries from Jill Dando's death elsewhere that I've already talked about links to the Vatican and Dorea companies. Everyone around Jill Dando links into this international government fraud practically immediately and in a huge way. The research shows that former Metropolitan Police Chief Inspector Hamish Campbell headed the investigation regarding the apparent death of Jill Dando, as well as the significant murder of Daniel Morgan, with both connecting to major international government collaboration in relation to the criminal network in place. The research suggests he was born in 1957 or 1959, and there's an article of that. The company's house search shows a Hamish McNeil Campbell, born in 1957, having been appointed to 77 Caledonian Road Limited in June 2009, 3 months before the royal foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And that is, in fact, that's the same month that Michael Jackson died. So that's probably going to be very relevant. Anyway, the royal foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, and that connects most areas of the fraud. The company was incorporated in August 2008. Andrew Jane Kuma connects 77 this company to 4 companies, including British and Irish Legal Information Institute. It was incorporated in 2000 and connects immediately to the fraud and the apparent crimes against humanity and children by Veal Vaspera on its incorporation document. And I'd already found that connected very quickly from the actual people surrounding the investigation of the murder, of the supposed murder of mass amounts of children on Jersey at Haute de la Grande, where about 65 different children's body parts were found in the basement of a building on the Isle of Jersey. And this is that Veal Vaspera features very quickly in that and throughout the research as well in other areas. The directors of this company connect to Adelshaw Goddard, which links to the fraud, and I think it links to the BBC, but I need to check that. Stephen Thomas Lloyd is in the people record for the company and makes immediate connections via that name, in that record of that name, because they're connected to loads of companies, some of them, to major areas of the fraud, including the National Council for Civil Liberties, making yet again a connection to the paedophile information exchange and the research of the World Trade Center disaster. This is immediate from that name record to the National Council for Civil Liberties, coming in from this person, linking in with the inquiry of Jill Dando into the paedophile information exchange. And it links very, very quickly via some records to MacLeod and McCallum. The solicitors that I attended in Inverness as part of a strategy to stop the fraud a week before my staged arrest. BWB Secretarial Limited is in the people record. We're still looking at the same company, right? But don't forget there's multiple connections in that company you can look at. You've got the people record, you've got the incorporation document, you've got the registered address, you've got other things as well that could make that connection. Here we have, within the people record, BWB Secretarial Limited is in the people record. Well, that makes immediate connection to Madeline's Fund, leaving no stone unturned, because that is also in the people record of the Madeleine McCann's company. All right, that is also an immediate connection to Keir Starmer and the Death Penalty Project Limited again. All right. BWB stands for Bates, Wells and Braithwaite. BWB secretarial, this is. BW Bates, Wells and Braithwaite. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite is on the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. It was used by P. Diddy for the investigation. In his defence, he used him. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite is also on the incorporation document for the Cancer Research UK company that we spoke about earlier, that has AstraZeneca PLC on it. Okay, that was incorporated in November 2001, 2 months after the World Trade Center disaster. So we have this link to Madeleine McCann already on here. Henry Book connects British and Irish Legal Information Institute, the same company, to Commonwealth Judge and Magistrates Association. It was incorporated in 1985. Its incorporation document cannot be viewed. Michael Anthony Lambert connects this company to 30 companies, including Bournemouth Care LP, that was incorporated in 2015 and dissolved on the 17th of February 2026. Well, what day are we on now? We haven't even reached 17th of February. All right? They've dissolved it in advance. You can't even do that. It's saying it's already dissolved on the 17th of February. It's the 14th of February today, or 15th now. Now, I've seen that 2 or 3 times before. You can't do that. I presume they're doing that because they're panicking and they need to say they're all dissolved because they're trying to remove the accountability and liability already and panicking, and they're probably all possibly running in their tunnels and thinking what they're going to be doing about all of this, who they're going to kill off, how they're going to get to me, are they going to kill me, do they kill me, is it going to cause them even bigger problems if someone takes me out? This is going to save the entire world, everybody, and will save the children. It will not make life very good for those that have been involved in it. Okay? But if they come forward in truth, then that will be taken into account. They're not doing that. So any of you in the rapid response, all of you that are connected into this, come forward in the truth, and that will be taken into account. If not, I think you're all going to be facing the biggest consequences ever imaginable, with the suffering of the children, the most innocent of all, if it's really going on. So anyway, dissolved in advance. Go and look at it. Type it in. Go and look at it yourself. The company is called the Bournemouth Care LP. Incorporated in 2015. Dissolved 17th of February 2026. Now this is interesting where it leads. This is what I was talking about earlier. It has an address of 10 Bridge Street, Christchurch, on its incorporation document, and Leicester Aldridge of Russell House, Oxford Road, Bournemouth, making major connections to the criminal network, but almost immediately to my wife's family and to my wife's school, where my inspector Lance Cliff is connected, where we have this connection to my wife's uncle Adrian Windsor, and links are then made via all of this into criminal United Nations companies. That's the exact same address, same details. There are many care home and, interestingly, quantum companies connected from here. All right, now the care home connection, loads of care homes, gives them the ability, if they wanted to, target or get rid of the most vulnerable in care homes through their criminal network. Now, not far away from here, we've got links into the COVID situation, into the vaccine companies. Michael David Brennan connects Bournemouth Care LLP. Sorry, it's LLP, it's not LP. So Bournemouth Care LLP to 14 companies, including Eastcliff Project. LLP. This is the area. East Cliff is the area where Exbourne Manor is and where Jimmy Savile had the property. East Cliff Project, that was incorporated on the 25th of January 2011, less than a month before the Christchurch earthquake. Lester Aldridge is again on the incorporation document, making that link. Richard Oliver Bernays connects East Cliff Project LP to 47 companies, including BlackRock Throgmorton Trust PLC, that was incorporated in 1957. And according to its overview, its name was changed for the only time in 2013. And it has a forged register, making it an illegal entity. And BlackRock companies make important connections throughout the fraud. They are the largest asset manager on earth, according to the research. Right, I'm going to leave that at it for now. If you've got any questions, quickly pop them in there. It's getting really late here in the United Kingdom. Gone 2 o'clock now, I presume. If you've got any questions, put them there. I'm just going to have a look back whilst you're writing something. I'm going to have to go to sleep. Oh, someone's put, at the bottom of every rabbit hole is a BlackRock with a Vanguarding. Yeah, I've only come across Vanguard once so far in all of my research, and that was coming in from, what's her name? Oh, Candy Sowens. She's massively linked into this. Manor changed to villain. We're in the twin system, which is wickedness and lawlessness, which is a beast system. What's your name? My name? Well, I've been led to believe it's Gary Waterman, but I don't know if that's going to be, I don't know what my real name will be. I don't think my mum was probably my real mum with the way she acted. Hope everyone's been nice on here. What was sooner, the chicken or the egg? Yahya has flipped the script tables. When the darkness consumes, burn bright. Bokuto, keep your nasty opinions to yourself. Look up number 17 in the storage in the Strong's Concordance in Hebrew. 15th of February today. My daughter's birthday today. Oh no, you forgot your daughter's birthday. Oh dear. I can see your microwave light in the background, Gary. Gary, I was just going to bed and you Jill Dando interests me greatly. God love her. Did she know and was going to expose? Possibly, yeah. I mean, I haven't found any connections to Jill Dando into the international fraud. So everyone, even her brother, is connected into it really quickly. As far as I'm aware, no, she's not aware of it. As far as I'm not part of it. As far as I'm aware, she's not. It's not very often the case. You can't live in a tent forever, Gary. There's got to be some way for you to whistleblow without. I don't know, Vivian, but that's the last thing I need to worry about at the moment. You know, I've got to focus on this. Please stop worrying about me. It's very kind of you, but. Two earthquakes in North Wales, 0.9 last week. Could be a taste of what's to come, maybe. Possibly. But did anyone really feel them? Or is there, you know, we've got to remember a lot of this could be a deception. I've never felt an earthquake personally. But yeah, I mean, if all of this earthquake technology is real, then it looks as though they'd be leading toward a falsified tribulation, if it's real. And potentially leading into the end of everything, you know, as a judgment. But I can tell them now, and I can tell all of you, that's not meant to happen, because otherwise we wouldn't have this evidence, right? What I believe we're meant to do is they are supposed to be the sacrifice, not in terms of ending their life, but through the truth of their crimes, they become the sacrifice to their consequences, okay? And then we'll have heaven on earth through that that revelation and a new system being put in place. Has the recent millions of emails helped your cause? I haven't even checked my emails, to be honest with you. Feeling there's a Swiss chain. Oh right, okay, didn't know that. Vanguard's in there, someone said. Yeah, I haven't actually searched for Vanguard, but I've just stumbled across them once. But yeah, they will be there. You're bound to have a Vanguard company started with Swifting Corporations and Jordans Limited. That means it'll be a criminal company. APM research, the 400-year reset, Gary. It's almost 10 p.m. here. I hope to go sleep soon. Yeah, it's about 2 p.m. and 2 a.m. here, I think. Your chat is bullying me, Gary. You should be ashamed of yourself, Bocky. What are you doing? 2 earthquakes in North Korea. I've made that bit. In North... I think I've answered any new questions that have come on, so I'm going to leave it at that. It's very late here, so I'm getting really tired. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care, everyone. Do something about it, please. I can't do everything myself. I don't think I can. I've got an idea of what I might do, but that's changing every day. I'm thinking about what I'm doing. I don't know if I'm going to be here much longer, how longer I can keep this going. You know, get my document. The first thing you need to do is get the document, and you need to send it to absolutely everyone. And we've got to hope that enough people get it to do the right thing. It might be that I don't end up changing anything, and they're just going to do whatever they're going to do anyway. But we've got to try. We've got to try doing our best. Anyway, take care, everyone. Thank you very much. All the best. Bye-bye.